Then we'll come to order. Let's go back to work, folks. Senator Case.
President Skywalker, do you have a moment? Could I have privilege of the floor?
Sir. And I will insert as to, for those of you not tracking it, we had a Jedi moment Friday night. Those of you who understand that process, Senator Case was a Jedi Knight when he took control of the Senate, and I got to credit him. I got to credit him for actually running with it, and I looked to my left, and I thought, he's got this, and then I looked to the front, and I says, he's really got this. Senator Case.
President Skywalker, privilege of the floor.
Please do.
Mr. President, I'd like to bring in Linda Chatham and Judy Eatman, who are our Senate historians. And they have a little something to tell us. So if they could have privilege and come to the front.
Well, please do, and the microphone's on for you, folks.
Thank you, President Dockstader and Senators, for permitting Judy and I to take a word and spend a little bit of time about what our roles are as co-historians for the Senate. As Senate co-historians, we witness many events unfold. We perform a significant amount of research and carefully analyze the facts surrounding an event. I think our role as narrators of the 2021-2022 Senate story. In past years, towards the end of the president's leadership term, a scrapbook of memorabilia is presented to him that captures all of these historical moments. This year, we decided to do a little something different that captures the story in a hardbound book for President Dockstader.
So President Dockstader, we'd like to present you with a preliminary copy of the book. I had to order it 2 weeks ago in order to get a copy for you to look at, but the finished copy will be given to you after this session. It will include everything. So.
That's very nice. Thank you.
Just to give you a little bit of an idea of what's in the book, to say that this has been an unusual 2 years, I think, is probably an understatement. And so the book has a page for all of the senators, and it also then includes the Zoom session in 2021, and then the hybrid session that followed after that. It includes the Stormageddon in the middle of the winter, well, about a year ago right now. It includes the special session that was held over the summer, and then it includes this this budget session with all of the ceremony and so forth that went on that President Dockstader missed on the first time around. So we really tried to make a complete book, and because it is a hardbound copy, we can order other copies. So President Dockstader, if you look at it tonight, we'd like to have that one back to put on the table so that other people can look at it in case you might want a memento of the last 2 years.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If I look through it, it's just great. It's fantastic. Thank you.
We have a simple way for you to purchase a book if you're interested. There is an envelope on the table right over here that gives you instructions on how you can purchase your very own book. So please take a look at it. I think you're going to enjoy the story of this biennium's Senate.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, folks. It's been interesting, you know, when we fired up and we started up with the big screens up here. Some of you were home, some of you were here, and we're getting it figured out just to get sworn in. They told me the Chief Justice a little uncomfortable about coming over. We're running high on COVID, and I came in here and we had the glass walls here, glass walls there. It was really different. For Ellen, I had to find a way through the statute to talk through a hole right here. But we made it work, and Chief Justice came in. I looked over at him here. I remember that because he said, I gotta be sworn in to do this job. Part of us here, part of us at home. He points, go out there somewhere. So I went out, turned around there by Sherry's desk, and he goes like that, and I go like that. And he swore me in, and away we go. And he turned around, walked out the door, and I thought, this is a little different than we usually do it, but we're official now, and we can do it. And we went to work with glass panels down in the committee room. I remember testifying in front of those little box panels or getting their attention up here by tapping on the glass here. We made it work. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate this, and you. Thank you. Let's go to work. Signing of enrolled acts. Senator Case's favorite part. We're at that order of business, signing of enrolled acts. Senate Enrolled Act number 9, same being House Bill 45. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 10, the same being House Bill 43. We better have that last one read in for the record.
House Enrolled Act number 9 being original House Bill 45.
Thank you. So signed. Read in Senate Enrolled Act number 10, House Bill 43.
House Enrolled Act number 10 being original House Bill 43, an act relating to game and fish.
About to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 10, the same being House Bill 43. Oh, about to sign House Enrolled Act number 10, the same being House Bill 43. So sign. House Enrolled Act, House Bill 39, House Enrolled Act number 11.
House Enrolled Act number 11 being original House Bill 39, an act relating to professions and occupations.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 11, same being House Bill 39. Signed. House Enrolled Act number 12, same being House Bill 7.
House Enrolled Act number 12 being original House Bill 7, an act relating to commercial vehicles.
About to sign House Bill 7, the same being I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 12, the same being House Bill 7. House Enrolled Act number 13.
House Enrolled Act number 13 being original House Bill 65, an act relating to ad valorem taxation.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 13, the same being House Bill number 65. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 14.
House Enrolled Act number 14 being original House Bill 79, an act relating to unemployment compensation.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 14, the same being House Bill 79. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 15.
House Enrolled Act number 15 being original House Bill 87, an act relating to insurance.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 15, the same being House Bill 87. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 16.
House Enrolled Act number 16 being original House Bill 88, an act relating to civil procedure.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 16, the same being House Bill 88. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 17.
House Enrolled Act Number 17 being original House Bill 108, an act relating to funeral service practitioners.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 17, the same being House Bill 108. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 18.
House Enrolled Act Number 18 being original House Bill 110, an act relating to professions and occupations.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 18, the same being House Bill 110. Signed. House Enrolled Act number 19.
House Enrolled Act Number 19 being original House Bill 125, an act relating to labor and employment.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 19, the same being House Bill 125. So signed. Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives. Mr. President, the House did concur on Senate amendments to the following bills. Message number 206, March 7, 2022. House Bill number 4, Water Permits, Livestock on Federal Land, ayes 59, excused 1. Message number 207, March 7, 2022. House Bill number 17, Veterans Facilities Surrounded by Grazing, ayes 50, noes 9, excused 1. March 7, 2022, message number 208, House Bill number 33, Community Health Services Continued Redesign Efforts, ayes 58, noes 1, excused 1. March 7, 2022, message number 209, House Bill number 47, Local Impact Assistance Payments, ayes 51, noes 8, excused 1. March 7, 2022, message number 210, House Bill number 52, Timeline to Prepare and Process Absentee Ballots, ayes 47, noes 12, excused 1. Message number 211, March 7, 2022, House Bill number 80, Campaign Reports Amendments, ayes 41, noes 18, excused 1. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk. Message number 212, March 7, 2022. Mr. President, the House failed to concur on Senate amendments to House Bill number 42, Local Government Distributions, ayes 6, noes 53, excused 1. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk. March 7, 2022. Message number 213. Mr. President, the House adopted Joint Conference Committee number 1 report on Senate File 1, General Government Appropriations. Ayes 41, noes 18, excused 1. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you. Bills on third and final passage. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, do you have a consent list?
Mr. President, we do have a consent list. I move third reading consent list, which is as follows. House Bill 15, Political Subdivision Club Liquor Licenses. House Bill 16, Military Assistance Trust Fund Authorized Uses. House Bill 18, Off-Road Recreational Vehicle Registration Amendments. House Bill 55, Liquor Licenses Airport Exemption. House Bill 56, Examination of Books of Certain Districts and Entities. House Bill 60, Fiscal Training and Enforcement of Financial Reporting Laws. House Bill 62, Insurance Amendments. House Bill 76, Single Office Real Estate Brokers, Licensing Requirements. House Bill 81, Operation of Motorcycles, Disabled Persons. House Bill 82, Military Discharge and Benefits. House Bill 123, Mine Reclamation, Disposal of Materials.
Would anyone like any of these bills removed from the list? Any of the bills removed from the list? Okay, I'm going to repeat the list, not only the bill number, but the catch title for those listening across the state. House Bill 15, Political Subdivision Club Liquor Licenses. House Bill 16, Military Assistance Trust Fund Authorized Uses. House Bill 18, Off-Road Recreational Vehicle Registration Amendments. House Bill 55, Liquor License Airport Exemption. House Bill 56, Examination of Books of Certain Districts and Entities. House Bill 60, Fiscal Training and Enforcement of Financial Reporting Laws. House Bill 62, Insurance Amendments. House Bill 76, Single Office Real Estate Brokers Licensing Requirements. House Bill 81, Operation of Motorcycles, Disabled Persons. House Bill 82, Military Discharge and Benefits. House Bill 123, Mine Reclamation Disposal of Materials. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
On the consent list, Anderson? Baldwin? Beitman? Boner? Bouchard? Case? Cooper? Driscoll?
Aye.
Ellis? Excused. Case? Aye. French? Murphy? Guru? Hicks? Hutchings? James? Kinsky? Kolb? Cost? Landon? McEwen? Nethercott? Pappas? Perkins, excused.
Excused.
Ellis? I. Rothfuss? Salazar? Schuler? Scott? Steinmetz? Wasserberger? President Dockstader. On the consent list, 28 aye, 2 excused. House Bill 15, are there any changes?
Driscoll conflict.
Case conflict? Driscoll conflict? McEwen conflict? Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 15, 25 aye, 2 excused, 3 conflict. House Bill 16, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 16, 28 aye, 2 excused. House Bill 18, are there any changes? James, no. French, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 18, 26 aye, 2 no, 2 excused. House Bill 55, are there any changes? Case aye to conflict. Driscoll conflict. Guru conflict. Hutchings aye to no. McEwen conflict. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 55, 23 aye, 1 no, 2 excused, and 4 conflict. House Bill 56, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 56, 28 aye, 2 excused. House Bill 60, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Beitman, House Bill 60. Aye. House Bill 60, closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 60, 29 aye, 1 excused. House Bill 62, are there any changes? Beitman? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 62, 29 aye, 1 excused. House Bill 76, are there any changes? Beitman? Aye. Bouchard? Conflict? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 76, 28 aye, 1 excused, 1 conflict. House Bill 81, are there any changes? Closing vote. Beitman? Aye. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 81, 29 aye, 1 excused. House Bill 82, are there any changes? Beitman? Aye. Case? Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 82, 28 aye, 1 no, 1 excused. And House Bill 123, are there any changes? Beitman? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 123, 29 aye, 1 excused.
Having received affirmative vote of the majority of members elected to the Senate, Senate files, or excuse me, House Bills 15, House Bill 16, House Bill 18, House Bill 55, House Bill 56, House Bill 60, House Bill 62, House Bill 76, House Bill 81, House Bill 82, and House Bill 123 have passed the Senate. Continuing with bills on third reading. House Bill 54, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 54, State Parks Recreation Management Authority, sponsored by Representative Larson, an act relating to state lands.
There is an amendment. Please read it in.
House Bill 54, third reading amendment number 1, page 1, line 10.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, we adopted this in second reading, and I'm going to withdraw third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 54.
Objection withdrawn. Read in the next amendment, please.
House Bill 54, third reading amendment number 2, page 4, line 21.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 54. Folks, what this does is we had the Hicks amendment from previous, and I had run an amendment that allowed preferential right for existing leasees, ag leasees, to pick it up. And what this does, says the department should develop rules for notice and hearing process allows community input involvement prior to entering lease agreement. That's cases. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's, okay, for the record and those listening, this is third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 54.
Third reading amendment number 2, I'm sorry.
Let's have you move
I
that for the
move
record.
third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 54, and my apologies.
It's okay, thank
This
you.
follows the amendments from before. What this does is the amendment that was put in allowed for some pilot projects, I believe 5 of them to go in. And what this says is any rules promulgated by the board, and then the leasing option for agricultural leasees specified in this paragraph should not apply to the first 5 leasing agreements the department enters into pursuant to this paragraph. And that literally makes it where those first 5 are truly pilot projects. You don't have an ag leasee that steps in and interferes with it. We can actually see what happens on the ground. So I stand for questions and ask for your support.
Discussion on this amendment, discussion on the amendment. Question being called. Third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 54. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is passed. Read in third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 54.
House Bill 54, third reading amendment number 3, page 5 after line 2, insert.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would move third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 54. Mr. President, we've heard a lot of discussion how there would be notice and involvement of the underlying leaseholder with the new lease, but we haven't heard anything about the community and what folks want for these lands and how the recreation involvement of these lands might affect the local community. We have a couple of these school sections close to Lander that are used for recreation. I think the community would like to weigh in on how that would happen. That's what this amendment does. It creates a third little I in their process and says the department shall develop rules for notice and hearing process that allows community input and involvement prior to entering into any lease agreement for the use of state lands for recreational purposes under paragraph II of this subsection. That's amendment, Mr. President. I just think it's a good idea to have a little openness and allow communities to weigh in on, these plans for their areas. So thank you.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for the amendment. Senators, this morning I emailed you existing rules and regulations, but those only pertain to the Board of Land Commissioners. This amendment, I think, is appropriately targeted at the Office of State Lands, or yes, that department. And so, this just ensures that they're providing a public process as well. So I just want to clear up, I think that these two provisions can work together harmoniously and would urge your aye vote.
Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Question on third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 54. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment has passed. Back on the bill. Any discussion on the bill? Senator Steinmetz and then to Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. And fellow senators, I apologize if I'm a little behind. We've been off the floor quite a bit. But over the weekend, I had several landowners and leaseholders call me about this bill. It has kind of slipped through the process a little quickly as an individual bill. And I think, honestly, a lot of folks don't understand what we're doing. And I kind of do. But I'm concerned about the long-term impacts and things, unintended consequences that we might not have thought through, having not gone through an interim process with this bill. And so I went and visited with the good chairman of Ag, and he said they're taking an extensive look at state lands in this upcoming interim. And so I just stand and ask the body maybe to slow down just a bit and let this go through an interim process through a standing committee so that we can truly see what exactly the whole picture might be with regards to this change in how we manage our lands. So with that, Mr. President, I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Let's go back to Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I as well stand in opposition asking you to defeat this bill. This is a major policy decision for the state of Wyoming. Our state lands are one of the legs of what our state stands on, and it's got a history that predates statehood. And this level policy decision being made in a one session with no input. Basically, the ag community didn't know about this till it got here. Very little input from them. The recreation community had very little input. If you Ask hunters if they're aware of what was going on. Most of them will tell you no. Most recreations tell you they didn't know what was going on. Most communities, as referenced by the last amendment, will tell you they didn't know what was going on. And that's a good sign. Anytime you've got all the major groups that are involved other than the state agency, it's probably time to actually get some hearings and talk about what the true impacts are, where they're at, and what's going to go. Once you've let the cat out of the bag on this one and it runs, you have no clue what this direction might take on this, because this is a wide open bill. And my advice to you is vote no. If it's a good idea, it'll be back next year and it'll be a great one. It'll be honed by all the people that should have heard about it. And if you vote yes and make a mistake, it's much harder to put the toothpaste back in the tube. So please vote no on it. Let's be prudent. Let's be thoughtful. And let's bring it back as an interim. Thank you.
We're on House Bill 54. Senator Grew. And then to Senator Scott. Senator Grew first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 4. It's been a good discussion this week on this bill, and we've had this discussion been going on for many weeks in TRW as this bill's worked through the process. We tried, as we always do here, fellow senators, to try to make a bill a better bill. And when this bill got to the floor, we heard that it was too big. It was too big of an idea. So we cut it back to five projects. We've allowed and supported amendments to give the agriculture community a significant say in what's happening. And I think that the good senator from Lander's amendment here on the third reading has made it a much better bill to allow a more robust public process that frankly I anticipated anyway in rulemaking, but I'm glad to see it's here. Once again, I push back a little bit on the wide open nature of this. 5 projects, over 1 million acres, 5 projects with a sunset date on it. I think we've got our marching orders from this body, and I think they've been quite clear. Go slow, go public, and go with an inclusive process that involves all the stakeholders. And that's where this bill is today. I believe that's where this bill is today. And if it's not, we have 5 projects, we have a sunset, and we can shut the whole thing down. I urge you to vote yes, because I think this is something that is, like I said on the first reading, this is what economic diversification looks like. If we're not willing to try, if we're not willing to expand our horizons and take a look at something different and try, we won't ever get there. So let's take a look. Let's give this a shot, and let's work through the process. I look forward to working with you. Vote aye on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. President, I guess you're going to see an example of ag unity. Mr. President, on and for the bill. Recall the debate we had in Committee of the Whole, because that was one of the better debates we had this session. We've uncovered a major problem in this area. The recreation use of our public lands is growing, and our old systems of managing it are starting to fall apart. Mr. President, it is something that does need interim work. And that interim work needs to involve the tourism industry and somebody representing the people who are using the state lands for recreation. It needs to involve the people who are using the public lands, state lands, for hunting and fishing, because that is a heavy use, and one we have been dealing with successfully. It needs to involve, obviously, the agricultural community, and it needs to involve the mineral industry, because they have a major interest. And it also needs to remember, Mr. President, that these lands are primarily to support the public schools. So you've got at least 5 major interests. So, Mr. President, why not just put it off and say, well, we'll have an interim study or multiple interim studies, and then we can come back. Mr. President, the way this has been tamed down and limited to 5 projects, I think it is useful to proceed because we will gain some experience experimenting with a few different approaches that I think will be valuable to the interim work. So I think, Mr. President, passing this bill is a good first step. And I'll admit to you, when I first heard it, I was not necessarily of that opinion, but I think I've been convinced that we've got it tamed down to the point where it can do some good and can provide some useful information to us, Mr. President, we go forward. So for those reasons, on and for the bill.
House Bill 54, further discussion. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, for my second time, mainly just to point out a flat fact of it is there is really no sunset on it. If you read the amendment very carefully, what the sunset does is removes the paragraph that does the 5 pilot projects. It leaves the bill in place. So if we've got a train wreck in place, what it says is we just did 5 pilot projects and they really don't work, and now the bill's still in place. It's law. This is not good. It is not a real sunset. It is a Trojan horse sunset. It only gets rid of the part that actually helped us. So I encourage you to vote no on it. Let's go back, make another deal, and let's get it right the second time.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I've appreciated the debate, and this is an example of a bill that has gotten better as we have gone along. I found it interesting, if you look at the number on this bill, that says to me it's been around for a long time. Probably has been in the hopper almost first out of the blocks on the other side. And I found it interesting in committee, we had this bill up and had plenty of time for plenty of discussion, and none of the interest groups showed up in arms at all. We didn't hear anything from our stock growers group or from industry of any kind. One of the reasons that I signed on to this bill, Mr. President, is that it helps us to start thinking outside the box a little bit. I don't think this bill goes after the ag industry at all. If it did, I wouldn't have signed on to it. I think the impact that we're seeing on our state is going to command us to get a hold of this. This is a great start. It's only, we've got it down to 5 projects, thanks to the good senator from the South. I think it's a great project to get started with, to see what we can do out there on the state land. So on and for the bill.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to speak on this bill until the whole Trojan horse thing, but I want to set the record clear, Mr. President. I have no Trojan horses. I have foxtrotters. So for the record, Mr. Chairman, look, folks, I would concur with my colleague over there in Natrona County. It's 5 projects. If there's a train wreck, that's why there's 2026 in there, that there can only be 5 projects for the next 4 years. If there's a train wreck, we're going to know about it. At the end of the day, I hope this thing works. I can think of $128 million reasons. It's called the school structural deficit that we have, that we need to start figuring out how to derive a higher rate of return off those school trust funds to fund our K-12 education system. I think these 5 projects might answer a lot of those questions that come up in the next 4 years, Mr. President. On and for the bill, no Trojan horses, only foxtrotters.
Thank you for the clarification on the horses. Now on to Senator Steinmetz, then Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President, and just a little bit about some of our ag groups and maybe why they weren't in the right committee. They aren't used to watching the Transportation Committee, and so some of them said it caught them a little bit off guard and has moved through the system fairly quickly. Also regarding that, some concerns about liability with the leaseholders and who actually is liable when the people are on their land. Just a lot of things that need to be worked out and I think could be worked out better in the interim rather than taking an individual bill through the system. And so for those reasons, on and against the bill.
Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to pile on a little bit more, for clarification, this was heard in your TRW committee. I don't know that transportation had a cut at it, but I think, as other previous speakers said, the reason I signed on to this is for the ag interests. I mean, if you're a grazing lessee and all of a sudden you're seeing more people recreating on the area where you've got your cows, it provides a little bit more cover to say, these are, here are the rules for the management for recreationists. I walk my dogs in a state parcel north of town, and there are signs that say, here's where you should park. Make sure your dogs are on leashes. Make sure your animals aren't off leash and harassing cattle. Those are valuable things for an agricultural producer, yes? So the question is, are we going to rely on the Office of State Lands to do that work and put up those signs, or your state parks department? I think it extends beyond just having those signs. I mean, state parks, this is what they do. They know how to manage these areas for recreation, making sure that parking makes sense. All of these are designed so that these resources are trying to be managed for two interests, the grazing lessee and for those recreationists who are overloving our lands. And so, I want to push back on that. That's the motivation for this, for me signing on. It really isn't for diversification. It's existing lands that there's some conflicting uses. So on and for the bill, I think it has been properly narrowed. To the remark about the Trojan horse, proponents of this bill have been very flexible in working with amendments and accepting them. I think we'll hear about it if things are not going well. And then just to add on one more final point, and just to keep this fresh in your mind, Office of State Lands already leases these entities to other entities, such as your county commissions. State Lands already leases other parcels for management of recreation. They already both are doing this. They just haven't done it together. So this isn't new territory. They both have processes in place. I think we've made it very clear we want lots of transparency. And I think we'll know more after we give it a chance to work. So please vote yes on this bill. We'll keep monitoring it. And if we need to make adjustments or scrap the whole thing in 5 years, we can do that. But let's give it a chance. Thank you, Mr.
Further discussion on House Bill 54, over to Senator Guru.
Thanks, Mr. President, and I appreciate all the help. Thanks. I just want to close it out by saying, Chester Nimitz, who was a great naval officer, said, when you're in command, command. I'm sorry, but I hear today a lot of talk about, well, let's settle down. Let's work this into send it to an interim committee. Let's work it into an idea. We'll develop it into a concept. I hear a lot of folks talk about things that happened up in my neck of the woods. All of a sudden, you start sounding like a bunch of commissioners from my way that we want to slow everything down. This is happening right now, and I truly believe that in a lot of areas right now, if we don't get out in front of this and start working these pilot projects now, we will be leading from behind. These projects will take care of us. So let's get out in front of it. Let's get out in front and let's get a hold of it and command. Vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President.
Further discussion, ready for the question? Roll call, please. Oh, okay. House Bill 54, having been read 3 separate times. Question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, House Bill 54. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru conflict? Guru conflict is no. Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins excused. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 54, 14 aye, 15 no, 1 excused.
House Bill 54, having failed to receive the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 54 has failed to pass the Senate. House Bill 3, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 3, State Land Leases, sponsored by the Agriculture Committee, an act relating to state lands.
There's an amendment. Read in the amendment.
House Bill 3, third reading amendment number 1 to engrossed copy, page 2, line 18 in.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 3 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this amendment further refines the language that we inserted in second reading. Remember that this is a portion of the bill that considers how much discretion we give the board versus when it comes to giving a preference in leasing vacant lands. The current language is that they will give the preference unless the board determines that the preferred preference should not be given for good cause. This goes into that. Second amendment simply starts given and inserts recognized. The idea being that the preference exists. It's not given by the board, it's given by the statute if we pass the bill. This helps with some of our friends down the hall and helps gain support for it. And that's how we like to argue about words, and they are important. So it continues with the intent of the bill, strengthens the intent of the bill, and ensures that we have a better product moving forward. So I ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Senator. Discussion on the amendment. Questions? Question on the amendment. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is passed. Back on the bill. This is House Bill 3. Any further discussion? House Bill 3. Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call. House Bill 3. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner?
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Conflict? Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins excused. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott Conflict? Thank you. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Case, aye to no. Ellis, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 3, 24 aye, 3 no, 1 excused, 2 conflict.
House Bill 3, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 3 has passed the Senate. House Bill 49, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 49 engrossed, election reporting requirements, sponsored by the Corporations Committee, an act relating to elections.
There's an amendment. Read in the amendment, please.
House Bill 49, third reading amendment number 1 to engrossed copy, page 1, line 4 after.
Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 49. What this amendment does is it brings it and makes the bill legal under free speech rulings across the country. If you look on the amendment, basically it says a communication made by an organization recognized under 26 of the U.S. Code, that would be the IRS, a 501c3 or C4 that includes a reasonable notice in the communication that the organization paid for the communication. It goes on to clarifies the exception in another part of the bill, and further down it also does it again. It adds the language, any express advocacy made by the organization
includes the notice identifying the organization as the advocate. This basically protects free speech of nonprofits. There's plenty of case law around the country where this is the law of the land. This isn't for the organizations that everybody brought up before, the ones that come up overnight and disappear after elections. This isn't about them. This is about the organizations who are filed with the IRS. They are visible to everyone. They can look at the 1099 or the 1090 report, whichever one it is. I can't remember what it was called. But there's a report that those organizations actually put out. This doesn't do anything to your bill. This keeps everything intact with those other organizations or even non-organizations that are playing bad, because you still have the ability to hold them accountable with your bill. This amendment just simply makes it legal. I think that it doesn't matter if you're on one side of an issue or another. This allows free speech on both sides of an issue. And that's why it's an important thing that we protect free speech. I'd like to call for the ayes and noes. And I truly believe that we should be on the record on this, because this is an issue that's even going to be in front of the courts again. And we should all be on the record for which way we fell on. This is serious legislation when we start talking about free speech. Serious. I mentioned the case in Alabama. That's been long-standing free speech, a free speech case that has protected free speech and civil rights since 1958. That's how most of it is held in every ruling across the country. We've had a recent case where a 501c3 was taken or took the government to court in the Golden State. And it's just like what I put down here in this amendment. So anyway, I ask for your consideration on this and to vote yes. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment. This is third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 49. Discussion on the amendment. There's no discussion. Question on the amendment. Oh, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I'm trying to understand the amendment. As I read the lead into it, it is electronic communication does not mean, and then there's a list here. And am I right in thinking that the basic argument here is that we're exempting these organizations because they have been around for a while and there are filings, and you don't get permission from the IRS to be one of these classifications easily. It takes some time, if nothing else. So these are not ad hoc organizations, they are established ones. And what I would like is a little better explanation of why those electronic communications made by those organizations should not deserve to be on the list of things that says that they aren't electronic communications. Mr. President, I'm a little confused as to where we are.
One more, two more. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. President, just following on a little, I understand the C4s a little bit. Their 501c4s are political advocacy. That's what the IRS does. C3s are just nonprofits. And I question whether they should be there, which I'm guessing we're going to get an answer. I also, your Form 990 that these forms fill out, these are national forms. So if they're in all 50 states, what you're going to see is X group spent $189,000 on X item. It doesn't tell you what they spent in the state of Wyoming. And I question whether we should be knowing for ourselves what actually got spent in an election in the state of Wyoming. And I'm not an expert on law, so I'm asking for some some thoughts on it as far as why we shouldn't be asking for it, other than I don't want to hear about Alabama or another state's case. I understand court decisions.
Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, fortunately, during the interim, our LSO did provide us a memo concerning the constitutionality of House Bill 49. I would encourage you all to review that carefully. I can provide it to you here shortly. There was a concern presented by a 10th Circuit case that did determine that requiring organizations, regardless of their structure, to register for advocacy positions was potentially a First Amendment violation because it wasn't necessarily related to a particular campaign. And so we took that information and we took that guidance from that 10th Circuit case and put it into our bill draft, which made the bill limited in scope to electioneering communications, which is again already in statute, to only be that requirement to apply to electioneering communications as it relates to an election. So it has to be a primary, general, or special election. And so it's not just political speech in general. It is political speech intending to influence an election. And so it is, the opinion that our bill draft addresses the concern of the 10th Amendment, of the 10th Circuit case, and narrowly tailors the bill in a way that is constitutional. I'll provide this memo for your consideration, but this was reviewed during the interim. Was a bill reviewed and the constitutional concerns were addressed and mentioned. Of course, the organization in the room, their attorney was present as well and warned us of this same concern. So certainly those threats were presented to us during the interim as well.
Thank you. Further discussion? Let's take it back to the sponsor then. Senator Bouchard?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mentioning just electronic, this is on every message that they can send out, not just electronic. I don't know if that's the question that the tall senator was asking about. This would mean any communication sent. As far as a C3 and a C4, this all comes back to the membership. These are organizations that have membership organizations that they pay. All members in those memberships don't necessarily pay for a mailing or say, hey, we want to mail that. But they certainly do contribute to the overall mission of an organization. And that's one of the reasons why the courts have been very clear on when an organization is filed as under U.S. Code 26 with the IRS, that their speech is protected. There's one thing with both the C3 and a C4, the only reason that you keep a C3 in with as well is because they are allowed to do some of that mailing. They just don't do as much as a C4. A C3 is very limited in the scope and how much money they take in and how much they can do in for instance, in a political mailing. Whereas a C4 has a much wider breadth of what they can do. What happens on these communications is how they are said. If you're opposing a candidate, you say to vote against a candidate or vote for a candidate, those are different words than when they're talking about specific issues. And that all comes together. All these things I just said all come together. And I think the biggest argument I can make against the chairman saying that they have reviewed this is there's no way that you've taken from 1958 going forward and looked at all of those cases. I can say very strongly that this amendment will probably be something that we will be headed to, whether you pass this or not. You're going to see cases that say exactly this. This is what's going to happen, is that they're going to say, no, you're not going to be able to look at inside and breach that wall of their membership. They're telling you who they are. They're telling you that they're doing the mailing. Now you want to know how much a mailing that doesn't say vote for that person or vote against that person. All it's talking about is issues. Now you could come back and sue them, or you could make them hold to the standard of what you have in this bill if they stepped outside of those rules that have already been through the courts. So I hope that answers the questions. The tall senator, I'm pretty sure I answered his question on the electronic messages. Should be all messages that organization sends out. So I guess I'll leave it at that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Ready for the question. This is on third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 49. There was a roll call requested.
Third reading amendment number 1, House Bill 49, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins excuse. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed on the amendment. 10 aye, 19 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 49 has failed. Read in the next amendment. This is third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 49.
House Bill 49, third reading amendment number 2 to engrossed copy, page 7, line 20 after.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 49. Folks, just a little bit of clarification and a little bit of policy decision. So if you turn to page 7 of your bill, we define organization. And so on line 7, we've inserted as used in this chapter. That just literally tracks it into the bill and falls in there. Page 8, line 1. If you go to that, it's part of the definition. And what we've done is struck out Canada's campaign committee, political action committee, or political party, and put back in political party PAC or Canada's campaign committee. Once again, just a little bit of a cleanup on the way through that on lines 1 and 2. You go to page 8, line 9, after organization, insert, and this is where the strikeout is at, except a political party, political action committee, or candidate's campaign committee. Once again, it basically just helps redefine it. Page 9, line 4, you go to, you strike a person on that. When you get the corporation person, strike it. And then it says violating the provisions, and what we have done is inserted violation of. Just basically a cleanup. Page 9, line 5, we struck the rest of that line, which fell in with that. And that's the amendment. It actually is, more than anything, is a clarification, makes it track better and makes it work better. I'd ask for your favorable consideration and stand for questions.
This is questions on the amendment or discussion. Third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 49. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the proponent's speech started with this is a policy decision, and I don't see a policy decision. I see language cleanup. Okay. All right, so I'm taking this, and I can't read any reason why it would do anything other than clarify a language and make it flow better. I think that's what it does. So I think I'm going to vote for it unless somebody believes otherwise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question. This is on third reading number 2 to House Bill 49. Question being called. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment has passed. Back on the bill, House Bill 49. Any further discussion? House Bill 49, having been read 3 separate times, question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk will call the roll.
House Bill 49, third reading roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins excused. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 49, 21 aye, 8 no, 1 excused.
House Bill 49, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 49 has passed the Senate. House Bill 117, House Bill 117, read it in.
House Bill 117 engrossed, Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact, sponsored by Representative Kinner, an act relating to professions and occupations.
There is an amendment.
House Bill 117, third reading amendment number 1 to engrossed copy, corrected copy, page 1, line 10 after.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 117 and ask for your favorable consideration. Dear colleagues, this is strictly a cleanup amendment brought to me by the State Board. There's 2 things that this amendment does. Number 1, it clarifies some language by deleting a sentence that's in paragraph 5. You'll see that on line 9 and line 35 of the amendment. This is language that deals with talking about what is not required. And it was, according to the State Board, it was confusing language. And Representative Kinner and I, and also the LSO attorneys agree, so we're just taking that out. So all that's all the deletion. And the second part of the amendment was brought to us by LSO, and it deals with, if you look at line 13 and line 24, 2 new paragraphs in our criminal history records section of our statutes. And this is to add access to and dissemination of national criminal record histories, basically dealing with fingerprinting. Right now, it's not required. Licensees who are practicing under a single state license are not required to provide fingerprints. However, if a practitioner wants to practice under a interstate compact, that compact requires fingerprinting, and so this just allows the board to access that information. So they're just technical changes. Thank you.
Any discussion on the amendment? Discussion on the amendment. Ready for the question? Question being called. This is on third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 117. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The amendment has passed. We're back on the bill. House Bill 117. Question on House Bill 117. Oh, we got one. Okay, sorry. Senator Hutchings.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question or 2. I was asked about the cost of joining the compact. Do we have any idea what that's going to cost? I know the members are going to, pay the cost. And then I wanted to know what effect, if any, will the compact have on those individuals who choose not to join the compact? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's see if we can collect a couple more first. Any other questions or discussion? Let's take it back to Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The cost of any interstate compact varies. It all depends how many states will actually join the compact. The more states that join the compact, the less expensive the fees that are applied to the compact. Typically, in most compacts, they're assessed by the number of practitioners in the state. And that's typically why we want to actually be on the rules and regulations to write those things. So we want to be one of the first states in there so that we can write those rules and regs. And normally, states that have lots of practitioners will be weighed more heavily. They'll be charged more for their the dues that they're required to pay for the commission. And the states that have fewer practitioners pay less. So it could be anywhere. Typically, we've seen the costs be around $2,000 to $4,000, $6,000 sometimes, depending how many states join. And to your question about who pays for it, yes, there is no impact to the state. There's no general fund dollars. Everything comes out of what the state board will collect on license fees from those people who come in to practice. They will be charged a privilege to practice fee, and those fees go to pay for the annual dues for the commission. So there is no impact. I know you may have seen some emails out there. They came over last Friday. Pretty much everything in that email was not correct. There is no impact to the state, only to the practitioners.
Thank you. Any further discussions? Ready for the question. House Bill 117 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, House Bill 117. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Hutchings, no. Hutchings?
Good. Repeat.
No. James? No. Kinski? Aye. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins excused. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. What? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 117, 20 aye, 9 no, 1 excused.
House Bill 117 having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 117 has passed the Senate. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, with that order of business, consideration of bills on general file.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Senator Schuler, you're in charge of the Senate.
Here. Committee of the Whole will come to order. Just a quick note, someone else was supposed to have done this today, and I was supposed to be tomorrow, so someone owes me a Diet Coke or a Diet Pepsi. I'm not sure who it was. Senator Wasserberger. If I can find you. Oh, gosh, where are you? There you are. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, can I have privilege of the floor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Wasserberger family would like to welcome into the world on 307, our 8th grandchild, born to two graduates from the University of Wyoming who have moved to Minnesota to attend the University of Minnesota to earn a doctorate degree. But a little baby girl, her name is Ramey, it's a root word from my mom's name, Ramey Grace. And Grace is my grandmother's name, and she weighed 7 pounds, 15 ounces. She's 20 inches and a quarter long. So
Let's give it up.
welcome to the world. 307 is a big day in my family because 307, my nephew Jason was born on 307, and his son Blake was born on 307. So now we have 3 birthdays on 307. So,
Welcome to the world. Another little cowgirl headed our way. Anybody else before I put my head down? Okay. Oh, one more? Sorry. Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, just a quick tag on to my good friend from Campbell County. Today is the first day that my bride, a grandma, gets to take care of our little one that was born not long ago. And so I want to send a shout out to her. Hope she's having a great day, but nothing better than grandkids, is there, Senator? It's a good deal. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to say that my oldest son is now 42 years old today on 307.
Thank you. Happy birthday to him. Lots of good things happening on 307. Senator Hicks, were you just leaning? Okay. Oh, nothing else to add. Okay. All right. Our first bill, if we're ready for it, is House Bill 002. Will the reading clerk read that?
House Bill 2 engrossed, Disposition of Water Rights, sponsored by the Select Water Committee, an act relating to the subdivision of land and water rights. It was referred to Committee Number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Cost, and Wasserberger. Senator Boner, Chairman.
Okay, you heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Boner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 2. And to explain the bill, we refer to the Vice Chairman of the Select Water Committee.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Madam Chairman and members of the body, what I'm going to do is explain what the bill is doing and why we need the bill. So I think many of us, we've had a lot of discussions here in the last 3 weeks about the population growing in different areas around the state of Wyoming. Well, when that happens, Madam Chairman, what often happens, either the municipality expands their boundaries out, or we end up in a number of places we're having pretty rampant subdivision. And what happens when those grounds have irrigated water rights attached to them, it becomes very complicated as to how you deal with those water rights, the disposition of those water rights, and then the conveyance of those water rights across these subdivisions. So this is what this bill gets at, Madam Chairman. This is 2 years worth of work of the Select Water Committee, working with the counties and different entities. So the first part of the bill actually goes in and deals with the subdivision of land and water rights associated with municipal annexation. So if a municipality annexes land into the boundaries, if you go to page 2, 15.1, 415 deals with cities and towns. And this just sets out a procedure that they would have to go through to make sure that they have written documentation by the state engineer or any documentation necessary to abandon a water right, cancel a water right, or any unadjudicated permits be eliminated from those lands and the owner shall notify the state engineer. The owner in this case would be the municipality or the city or town. You go on over to page 3, it provides additional written documentation to change the use. So one is an abandonment provision, the other would be is if the municipality acquired that land and they wanted to change that water for municipal water, that they'd have to provide notification to both the Board of Control and the State Engineer's Office. Madam Chairman, you go down to subsection D, it just requires a plan, that plan has to be approved by the state engineer associated with those water rights on those lands to be subdivided. Subsection D also requires written documentation to the Board of Control, because they're the ones that would oversee the actual administration or the change of use or the abandonment of those water rights. Madam Chairman, you go over to page 4. This just covers the conveyance systems. Oftentimes, lands are subdivided or annexed and they may not have a water right to them, but they have a ditch or a canal or some type of conveyance system that runs through them. Again, this is the same procedures that the subdivider or the city that annexed these lands would have to go in and provide notification to the water right holders, and would go through that process of notification that the owner, in this case the city or town, would notify the Board of Control on those conveyance systems. Madam Chairman, it goes into page 5. This is a case where they also have to go through and do a risk assessment. We've had several occasions where there's been subdivisions that actually built right on the edge within existing easements or right-of-ways for ditches or canals that then created significant liability associated for those appropriators that have water in those conveyance systems. So, Madam Chairman, we go over to page 6. This just goes into our subdivision. So now that we're out of the cities and towns, this deals with those lands outside of cities and towns. So this would pertain to subdivisions in the county. We do have some existing statutory language to do that, but Madam Chairman, what this does is just bring into conformance exactly what we're doing in the first section for municipalities and cities that annex land with water rights or have water conveyance systems that go through those areas. Does the same thing in the rural areas if there's a subdivision that's submitted to the county. Madam Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Discussion? Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, I know in our area, and I think it's probably true in many areas where you're using direct flow water rights, you'll often have a water right that has several owners, and they put the head gate upstream in some convenient place where they can gravity flow to the other owners. And if one of those owners subdivides, are the remaining owners that do not wish to subdivide, that want to continue farming and irrigating, are they adequately protected in this and not forced to do things that would be inconsistent with staying in business?
Vice President Hicks?
So, Madam Chairman, there is a provision in here that affords that protection, because it's not uncommon that you get a subdivision or somebody wants to abandon it. So this would require the subdivider in that case to submit a plan to show how all that water is going to be distributed to those different entities in that subdivision, and then provides for a review of that back to the Board of Control. And because it goes through the Board of Control, you have a public hearing on those. Goes through the entire process there. So in those cases, any of those other appropriators, and I'm not clear if the question dealt just with those within the subdivision or those that were, so just within the subdivision. Madam Chairman, it's actually the subdivider that submits the petition at that point in time. But if there's already people within that subdivision that have that water right, it would afford them protection underneath this, because the new plan or the disposal of, well, actually under this current existing statute, they're not protected. This would give them the protection to be able to go through the Board of Control, because it has to be presented with the plan for the board's approval and the signing that the state engineer's office had received that plan. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to abandon all that, but there is a process there that those could protest that decision through the normal Board of Control process. One other provision that I forgot to mention in this bill that's in there that has become a real problem in the state of Wyoming, particularly in subdivisions in the counties, is a lot of people move in and we subdivide right down a creek or along a river, and they assume because that runs through their property that they have a water right to it. Under the doctrine of riparian rights, that would be true, but Wyoming operates under a priority appropriation system. So it requires those subdividers, when they do that, and there is a live body of water that runs through there, to notify everybody on that plat that they do not have a water right on that creek. I don't know if that answered my colleague's question or not.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let me give an example. We've got, on our operation, we've got a water right with a, not the world's best priority, 1911 priority, that runs through our place and then down onto the neighbor's place, and they've got 160 acres under it. If I decide to subdivide, is that neighbor adequately protected so that that subdivision doesn't deprive him of his water and his ability to get the water there?
Vice President Hicks.
Madam Chairman, I'm 95% the answer is right, but I will get the exact answer from my colleague before the second reading, but I'm pretty sure there's a provision in there that makes sure that that protects those water rights. That's my recollection, but I will get that answer for him before the second reading.
Further discussion? No? Okay, question? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion that when the chairman of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 2, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? Okay. House Bill number 2 has passed the chairman of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill number 5. The reading clerk read the
House Bill 5, Wild Horse and Burro Management, sponsored by the Agriculture Committee, an act relating to land management. It was referred to Committee Number 5, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Cost, and Wasserberger. Senator Boner, Chairman. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Guru, Hicks, Perkins, Steinmetz, excuse Senator Kinsey. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
You heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Boner?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Move the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 5. There is a standing committee amendment. I ask that be read at this time.
House Bill 5, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to engrossed copy, page 1, line 8 after.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll get to the standing committee amendment later. I'll explain the bill first. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a handout on your desk that goes into detail as to the challenges that we face in this state and really throughout the American West when it comes to federal management of wild horses and burros under the Wild Horse and Burro Act of 1971. You'll see the first second page of that handout. This is as of last year. Technically, there's supposed to be no more than 3,795 wild horses in the state. As of last year, there's 7,741. That's just on lands managed by the Bureau of Land Management. Now, there has been a significant effort to gather those horses. It's been largely successful. They've gathered down to the high part of the range. There's a range, we'll go into that a little bit later, in terms of the lowest population they want and the highest population they want to be consistent with their multiple use mandate and how they're supposed to manage these horses. They went ahead and managed that population down to the upper limit. There's additional challenges on the Wind River Reservation. And that's the second part of that handout that goes over, they actually just completed an aerial survey on the reservation, found over 5,000 horses on the reservation. You ask them how much would be ideal, and they say less than 1,000. These are invasive species. They're not natural to the land. They cause incredible amounts of damage to the land throughout the state, and it turns out they don't much care whether they're on federal land, private land, state land, on the reservation. They are non-discriminate in their abuse of our natural resources. So this bill attempts, it has two basic parts. One might be characterized as a stick, though it's kind of a small stick. The last part's the carrot, the thing that we can do as a state to actually help out. That's going to be on pages 6 and on. So I'll describe what the bill does here. The attempt here is to use, especially since we have these one-time funds that are supposed to be used for long-term management, and we can use some of those funds to increase our capacity to manage these horses in the state. And also another part of the bill is making sure that we catalog and make sure everybody knows exactly how much damage, how much monetary damage these horses create, especially with our school trust lands, which we're supposed to be managing for the trust beneficiaries. So going through the bill, you have a couple definitions that are important to consider. Appropriate management level, or AML, that's the appropriate population level within the controlled areas. A herd management area is an area within the state that a herd roams. It's been identified. All this is identified in our case by the Bureau of Land Management. We have affected non-federal lands, which are basically state or local government owned lands where there's proof that wild horses regularly graze on. And so the first part of this bill is on page 3, line 9, talking about once the federal government fails to manage these horses, once they stray off of federal lands, we're going to basically go through the process of cataloging the monetary effect of those damages. You'll see that on page 4. I can go into the details of the equation we came up with, but basically you take the number in excess of the appropriate management level, take that times the amount we charge for a state grazing lease, then we come up with the monetary figure. In fact, our Office of State Lands and Investments has already done this calculation based off the federal numbers. Then you go on to page 5. The whole idea is potentially to get some reimbursement. In theory, I wouldn't hold our breath necessarily for that reimbursement to arrive, but I still think it's a meaningful exercise to go through and make sure we understand just what the effect is on our state and other types of public land within these herd management areas. So on the top of page 5, we're just simply saying that if we do someday receive some reimbursement for these damages, it would go towards the entity that is supported by those lands. So in the case of state lands, that's 86%, that's going to go to our schools. If it's a section that supports, say, a different state entity, it's going to go to that entity. If it's a local or county land, it's going to go to that local or county municipal government. And then we also say the Attorney General may seek legal action to compel the U.S. government to go ahead and provide that reimbursement. We'll see if that works or not. But on page 6, we kind of transition to the more proactive part on paragraph F. And I think, in my opinion, this is the most substantive part of the bill. Authorizing the governor to enter cooperative agreements. Either we can have state agencies, local entities, the federal government itself, our 2 recognized tribes, or the combination of their combined government on the reservation, NGOs or other profit entities. And during the course of the interim, we heard from lots of entities that do, say, fertility control, that are going out and providing adoption facilities so we can adopt out these horses and get them into homes. That's within the confines of the Bureau of Land Management. It's also important to note that on the reservation, those constraints do not exist. That they are sovereign nations. There's not the constraints that we have when dealing with these wild horses on BLM land or really anywhere in the state outside of the reservation. So there's only so many things you can do. You can adopt the horses. You can have some fertility control. You can do other mechanisms of making sure they don't necessarily breed and multiply quite so quickly. We also have programs, say, within the Department of Corrections that allow for the prisoners go ahead and train the horses, and it helps everybody out, and then provide those horses for adoption. And so that's the cooperative agreement, and that's the bill as it stands, Madam Chairman. We do have a standing committee amendment that's important to the other concepts and kind of sprinkles in concepts and defines these concepts throughout the bill. So I'll go ahead and pause there, see if there's any questions. If not, we'll go and proceed with the standing committee amendment.
Questions? Oh. Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious if the bringers of the bill and their committee reached out to our tribes to make sure that they're okay with this language and just see if there was any interest in entering into these cooperative agreements. And then along those lines, we just passed a bill where there was a lot of confusion in our Attorney General's office about what a cooperative agreement is. And so I want to be sure that if we're passing this bill, we don't encounter that problem again. And specifically, it was how do we define what a cooperative agreement is with our tribes? And so those are just two issues that are very fresh and on my mind. So if we could have any discussion on that, I'd appreciate it.
Senator Landon?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I just had a couple of questions that are a little bit more elementary. In looking at the good material that the chairman handed out, I just wanted to confirm that I'm reading it correctly. And it looks like we estimate throughout these management areas about 7,700 head of horses. And then the information regarding the Wind River Indian Reservation, I was surprised to see a number of over 5,000 horses on the reservation. I just wanted to make sure I'm reading this correctly. That's a lot of horses, and I would just anecdotally, Senators, I would say we had an instructor in our agriculture department at the college up in the center part of the state, very, very knowledgeable in this area of the world. And if you ever had an opportunity to sit in on one of those workshops regarding the proliferation of horses, it doesn't take long, and you can have some real big numbers out there. So anyway, thanks for a little enlightenment there. Thanks, Madam Chairman.
Further discussion? Senator Bonner?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'll take that last question first. Yeah, those numbers, 7,741, those were current as of last year. Since then, the Bureau of Land Management has succeeded, and they gathered a little over 4,000, then they released 500. So they're right at that high AML level. So that's the current status, that they got close to the area which they're not supposed to go over. Those numbers are updated, but still a significant problem, certainly on the reservation, that they just finished a aerial survey that they haven't done in 20 years, and that's the number over 5,000. So that gives you an idea of how significant the challenge is there on the reservation. Now, I could do some more research as far as cooperative agreements. I know that I guess we'll ask some attorneys about that. If that's, in my mind, it's a fairly simple idea. You come up with an agreement with whatever the entity is that is not a member of the state government. We'll make sure that they're good to go. We have been working with the governor's office, and we did take extensive testimony from both tribes. They do have a current program. In fact, they've gathered 600 head of horses over just the past year or so. But as you can see with the numbers, it's a significant challenge they still have in front of them. And so we're looking maybe to use some of these one-time funds that'll get in the standing committee amendment a little bit to double down that successful program that could just use a little boost to get us where we need to go. So yes, a current existing program that's already running, but I think it's primed for a cooperative agreement.
Further discussion? Senator Bonner?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'll go ahead and move standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 5. I have that. Just a second.
Will the reading clerk read the amendment?
Yeah, we are. You ready?
You are? I thought you did.
I'm sorry, my computer went to sleep there.
Okay.
That means I've been talking too long. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this intersperses a couple, or further refines a couple concepts. The first one, let's go over it really quick. On that first part of the bill, that says that, we're going, if we think the federal government is not in compliance with their obligations, that we're going to basically send them a letter asking them to pay for the damages associated with that. We went ahead on page 3, line 8, and inserted as determined by the governor. So we know who's making that decision, when they're in compliance, when they're not. And we also had a very specific legal remedy in statute, writ mandamus, and we just thought it'd be good to insert or other appropriate action, since I think it's too much micromanagement to say you're going to do this, that, and the other thing, Attorney General. And then most importantly, on page 6, line 17, it puts some sideboards on these cooperative agreements. First of all, they have to address long-term control methods. It can't just be a temporary measure. And also it says if we do enter a cooperative agreement with general funds being expended, that we're going to get, and there's a revenue stream associated with that, that the state's going to get some return in proportion to the general funds that we expend. So just making sure we give some solid direction to our executive branch while still giving them the flexibility they need to actually go out and negotiate these agreements. And then section 2 is a $2 million appropriation. You'll see that there's another standing committee amendment that further refines that. And I think we came to we landed on a good spot when we consider both the standing committee amendments, and I think we found a good compromise there with that appropriation. Though from a technical perspective, I think we do have to approve this amendment, and then we can consider the other standing committee amendment, Madam Chair. So that's the amendment. Stand for any further questions.
Senator Scott?
Chairman, on the standing committee amendment, there's a provision shall address the long-term management of wild horse populations. Why is that long-term phrase needed? It would seem to me you could also have a circumstance where the cooperative agreement was just, we're going to share the expense of building a trap or the expense of a particular roundup, and be just a short-term thing achieving a particular goal. Is there any reason why we have to have that long-term language in there?
Senator Boner?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The committee felt that was a more appropriate use of these one-time funds so that we are just doing something that's going to be a problem next year. So to give you an example, something that will be allowed is building up the infrastructure, like some corrals that will be used to adopt these horses out. Then you've permanently increased your capacity to move horses from these lands into the private sector, into good homes, as opposed to just say a one-time roundup that only temporarily solves the problem. So that's the policy statement that we're making with the amendment is, yes, it will be a long-term solution, not just one that lasts for a year or two.
Senator Wasserberger?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And just to relate to the floor that this is a very serious issue, and the population of our wild horses is expanding at a rate that makes it extremely difficult to control them. But the other part of that is the long-term language in the amendment. This issue will not go away. It's been around for decades, and I think we're going to see it for years to come. And so the long-term management of these horse herds will be a part of what the state of Wyoming has to do. And so I just urge you to support the amendment and also the funding.
Further discussion on the amendment? Question? Okay, all those in favor of Senator Boner's motion to adopt the Standing Committee number 1 to House Bill 5, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? Okay, Standing Committee number 1 has passed. On to Standing Committee Amendment number 2.
House Bill number 5, Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to engross copy, page 7 after line 4N.
Senator Steinmetz?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would move Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to House Bill 5 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow Senators, what we did is we just took the $2 million appropriation down to $500,000. The reason being is we haven't entered into any of these agreements just yet. And so if we can get those in place, we felt it would be appropriate to come back in the supplemental budget, and we would have a better idea of how much money we actually need to stand this program up on and in support of the bill, and would ask you to support the amendment.
Discussion on the amendment? Senator Boner?
This is a good amendment.
Okay, question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's motion to adopt the standing committee, number 2 to House Bill 5, please say aye. Those opposed, no? Okay, that amendment is passed. Back on the bill. Question? Okay. Question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 5, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay. I keep wanting to say Senate file. House Bill 5 has passed the chairman of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 85. Will the reading clerk read it?
House Bill 85 engrossed, child endangering controlled substance use while pregnant, sponsored by Representative Oakley. An act relating to crimes and offenses. It was referred to committee number 1, which adjourned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, French, and Kolb. No, Senator Cost and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the due pass recommendation of House Bill 85. And to explain this House bill, I would call on one of the co-sponsors.
Are any of the co-sponsors here?
That would be Senators Baldwin, Driscoll, Hutchings, or Kolb.
Oh, pressure's on, folks.
I voted no.
Senator Kolb.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. This bill is an attempt to deal with substance abuse of controlled substances that are not legal, and it is to protect the baby. We heard testimony in committee from numerous groups. It boiled down to what is being done to protect the unborn. And the services that are available currently don't have really any stick behind them. They're not involved with the legal process of the Department of Parole, or they're separate from that. And all those folks are doing the best they can, but it's not enough. And this bill attaches penalties. And first, before you get a penalty, you have a chance to be counseled. And through that process, they wish to, for you to avoid taking these substances that will damage the unborn. We'll also say that I was not prepared to stand up and talk about this, but I'm trying to do the best I can, and I think that's my first stab at it, and I would stand for questions. Thank you.
Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. I too was, I thought the chairman was going to bring the bill, but the good senator to my left did a pretty good job of explaining what went on. If you recall, at the beginning of the session, we had introduced a bill here in the Senate where a few counties got together and produced a bill in the same subject. And it failed in committee, and it failed mainly because the opposition was concerned about a pregnant woman who was on a controlled substance, an illegal controlled substance, would be put immediately in jail. So the bringer of the bill did a phenomenal job of amending her own bill. And for the first offense, she said, hey, let's give this woman probation and treatment. And this is something that's never been done in our statutes, by the way. So the judge can order probation and treatment. And we thought that the criminal justice system is the only system that can compel compliance to these rules. And I guess that's basically it. Voted up, voted down. We have an illegal substance and a pregnant woman, and we're trying to keep her out of jail with this bill. We want to make it incremental. Either she gets treatment, gets cleaned up, or her second offense, she'll go to jail. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that explains it.
Senator Bouchard. Oops, sorry.
Madam Chair. You know, this is one of those ones where you look at it and you certainly want to help the babies and the mothers. But when we put penalties in, it doesn't quite work that way. This is legislation that came out in, I want to say 2008 is when we started seeing it around the country. Probably some of it before that. And I was somewhat involved in the pro-life movement. What we found is the opposite occurs. Young women don't want to get prenatal treatment. Sadly, if they are hooked on opioids or something else, it's a disease. And they need to be treated. They don't need to be made criminals. The war on drugs hasn't worked very well. There's a legislator from another state that he spoke on the floor in his state, and he adopted a baby that was born to a mother who had taken drugs. And he said that that baby has been the best blessing that they've had in their life. And if he could go back and do it all over again, he would hug the mother and would get her treatment. That's because they had criminal statutes on the books. She didn't get the same shake that out of this whole thing. And that's where he was coming from. Once we put him in the system, it could be set up for a real bad failure. And we want to make sure these women aren't in fear of going and getting prenatal care. We want to make sure they're not in fear of getting abortions. In fact, if they go into prison, they can get an abortion. It's been decided in the courts, and they can go right in, get that done. It just creates another problem where we don't have these young women that can possibly get the care through their either churches or through any other program in the state. So that's why I'm against this bill. That's why the other version of the bill that came through that we had in the Senate, that's why I was against it. And we can't hang enough trinkets on the bill like this to try to fix the real problem here. If we make them felons, if we even hint at making them felons, it's just going to cause more harm. A lot of these women have other children. We start separating families, we start causing a lot of problem here where we just can't get these women back in and get them treatment, because they can be treated. That's probably the biggest problem we have here. And as one of the legislators who probably votes against a lot of the things that we spend money on, if you come to health and labor, you'll see that I want to spend money on getting treatment to people who have drug addictions. That's the one place where we can do better. On and against.
I think Senator Landon was next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So given that, that sort of highlights why I'm struggling a little bit with this bill. There are pieces of it that are intriguing. One, I believe that the amendment allows for the fact that on a first offense or whatever, that we would require these women to get into treatment. I've seen some pushback on that through our electronic mail and all of this, which kind of surprises me a little bit, Madam Chairman. I guess I could use some help from the proponents of the bill, what might have been testimony in the committee with regard to why is that a bad thing? I mean, I kind of get that piece of it. I mean, I totally understand that the health piece that was just described. But I guess I'd like to know a little bit more about this probation piece. And I think that's a little out of the ordinary, if I'm not mistaken. In my limited knowledge of the law, I could just use a little bit of help there. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Ellis, and then we'll go to Senator Scott after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for the bringers of the bill. I'm reading it, and there's reference to requiring these individuals to have completed an addiction severity index assessment completed and something called the American Society of Addiction Medicine Placement Evaluation. And I'm wondering, I just don't know enough about this area, if those are the only mechanisms and tools available to measure these things, or if there are other evaluations, and whether or not we need to maybe think about making that broader in case those aren't the right assessments. And then just kind of piggybacking off of the prior speaker's comments, you know, I know placement and treatment, sometimes those spots are hard to come by. So was there discussion in committee about what happens if there's no place for these women to go? What happens then? So those are my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, I hope the Senate was listening very carefully to the senator from rural Laramie County, because what he was telling you is what I have heard several times over the years as these issues have come to Committee 10, that it's a real temptation to say, you know, these ladies that take these drugs while they're pregnant are doing a lot of harm, and they are potentially, to their babies, and that ought to be dealt with as a serious criminal offense. But what we heard, and we see one of these, I would guess I saw them 2 or 3 times in all the time I was used to chair Committee 10. The practitioners who are out in the real world who are trying to deal with these problems were saying that by making it criminal, you create such a fear that the prospective mother does not get into treatment, and that makes the situation a good deal worse. So that by passing a bill like this, you are doing major harm to the child, the prospective child. And frankly, I have found them convincing. With regard to this bill, the language in the engrossed version on the probation and whatnot on the first offense looks appealing, and I would defer on that to some of the real experts here. But it strikes me that the processes in the criminal system are slow enough so that I don't think it will take precedence over the fear factor, and the necessary prenatal care will not wind up being given, and will be, it doesn't solve the basic problem of the bill, which is the fear of the criminal penalty, discouraging the prospective mother from getting treatment. So, Madam Chairman, for all those reasons, in addition to the eloquent description, which I think is accurate, you heard before, on and against the bill.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. You'll see my name at the top of this. And you'll think I learned by now when people request a co-sponsor that I would dig a little deeper and I wouldn't have a knee-jerk reaction. I haven't learned, so keep asking. I'll learn eventually. We had a similar bill, as the good senator next to me talked about it here in the Senate in our committee, and it was defeated. We heard a lot of testimony against this concept. And I will tell you, my knee-jerk reaction when I saw this for co-sponsorship was, heck yes, we want to do something. I've been there. I've helped deliver those babies that come out that we have to treat for withdrawal. They're a newborn child, and it's heartbreaking, quite frankly, when we have to take care of those children in the newborn nursery, and we're treating them for something that normally we treat adults for. Most make it, some don't. And it's heartbreaking, it's heart-wrenching, and it's hard on those people that have to take care of those. For that reason, I signed on to the bill. Now, having heard all this testimony, and I will tell you that the amended language and what we got over from the other chamber is quite compelling. But I will also tell you this, that those spots that they're talking about in placement on these are not available. We have huge waiting list for those spots. There's only a very few places that they can be placed in the state, and there are waiting lists for each one of those spots. And I believe I even saw there's as many as 16 on one waiting list. So it's not easy to get into. You know, we're in the process of restructuring our mental health system and the mental health care. We're not all the way there yet. We're in the process. We'll get there eventually, but we're restructuring it. With that in mind, and with my name at the top of the bill, I would say this is something, it's a good concept. It's something we need to look at further. I don't know that it's ready for prime time, so I will probably be a no vote on this because I don't think we're quite ready. But I do think it's a problem that we need to look at more seriously because really in reality, I'm worried about the kids. I mean, I'm worried about the mom too, but I'm worried about the kids. And I think that a lot of these moms don't come in for prenatal care regardless of whether they're going to be prosecuted or not. They show up in the ER in labor, and we deliver these kids in the hospital or sometimes not in a hospital, and that's when we find out. There are some of those out there that do get prenatal care, and this would probably be a detriment to them, but I will tell you there's a fair number that never come in for prenatal care. But with all those things said, I will probably be a no vote on this, but I think it's a good concept. I think it's a good concept for Judicial Committee to study down the road.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I'm rising against the bill. It always seems to me, Madam Chairwoman, that when the prosecutors decide they want to change people's behavior, they look for more ways that you can charge someone so that the charges stack up and then you got them where you want them when you go to the judge, and the judge can prescribe a program and you think that's going to work, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work in the case of addiction, Madam Chairwoman. Addiction is one of the most horrific things to take over a person. And this just drives a wedge at that addiction. You know, from everything I've heard, the medical community universally thinks this is a bad idea. Even in the case, Madam Chairwoman, we're going to turn women into criminals. And so that we're going to turn future moms into criminals. Even in a case where there's a probation, it's still an offense. It's still a charge. It's still a criminal. I'm concerned about the issue about prenatal care. I hear my good colleague from the far western part of the state We need to figure out how to get these women into prenatal care. Because this is really where we should have a bill about. We should have a bill that says, hey, if you have a substance abuse problem and you're pregnant, come see us right now. We have a program of amnesty. We have a program to get you medical attention. We can help. We can help you in this miracle that's happening in your life to deal with the evil of the substance abuse. That's the bill I want to see. I don't want to see a bill that's going to lock somebody up or convict them. That's the bill we should be bringing. What if you have a situation where you're an addicted person? You're pregnant. There are consequences to you putting those two things together, being pregnant and being addicted. So why wouldn't you think about terminating the pregnancy? Why wouldn't you think about an abortion? This bill sends the wrong message in about 10 different ways. And it's another case where we're trying to put the hammer on women. And I think we need to approach this differently. What about forced pregnancy testing? You come in, substance abuse while you're childbearing age. We're going to start testing them to see if they're pregnant? On and against the bill. Let's find a better way, Madam Chairwoman.
I think Senator Cost was next, and then we'll go to Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel necessary to explain my no vote. My no vote really came from two parts. Number one, if we're really concerned about kids, what about fetal alcohol syndrome and the others from drugs that we want to try to save too? And I understand that's a different drug, but at the same time, I think it's important for us to understand that if we want to save these kids, there's a lot of kids there. And at the same time, you put the parent or the mother in a real predicament. And that was the other part of this that I was really concerned about. Are we going to end up with more abortions or whatever because they don't want to face this? They don't want to go in and be in that situation. I would agree with the good senator from the middle of the state saying, how do we help them? How do we work to get them over these addictions so that they can be more responsible as a mother and take better care of their baby? I think this is just right now a good interim study or something for the Labor 10 group to take on, but other than that, I think we really need to consider what needs to be done to make this a better bill.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you. I'll try to knock down some of these. I got to start off saying, first off, this problem's going nowhere. There's a problem, and we hear the both sides of the issue. What do we do? Well, I can tell you, feeding the unborn methamphetamine probably isn't a bright idea. It's not going to be a good day. So how do we handle this? Currently, what we have for our system has failed us. It is not working. The carrot does not work. So we need to come up with some new way of handling this, a better way of handling this to protect, frankly, the unborn. That's what this is about. People talk about prenatal care. Oh, I don't know if taking meth is part of the prenatal care. I really don't think so. So, that is a problem. And like I said, at the end of the day, we're going to have to figure out a path forward here. And I'm not saying this is a perfect bill. I would like to work the bill. I think maybe the best idea is an interim study. But the way we're going now, we're just going to say, well, whatever we've done is just the way we're going to do it. And we're just going to continue to have the same outcome. And this is only towards Schedule 1 and 2 narcotics. That's a drug. So I just say I think it's a good discussion. I wish we'd have support for an interim topic, and I guess I'll try to do my best to answer questions I wasn't prepared to answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is this a good time to maybe take a look at those amendments, Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. At this time, I'd like to withdraw Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 85.
Could you read it in, please, first?
House Bill 85, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to engrossed copy, page 1, line 7.
Senator Nethercott?
I'd ask that that be withdrawn. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 55, or 85.
So, it's so done. Absent objection, it's so done.
I'd like to withdraw Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 to House, I'd like Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 read in, please.
House Bill 85, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 to engrossed copy, page 1, line 2, delete.
Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd ask that Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 to House Bill 85 be withdrawn.
Okay, absent objection, that will be done, withdrawn.
Madam Chairman, I'd ask that Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3 be read in.
House Bill 85, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3 to engrossed copy, page 1, line 7, delete.
Senator Nethercott?
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3 to House Bill 85 be withdrawn.
Absent objection, that shall be done.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, good senators, it sounds like there is the need for an interim topic. This particular subject has been proposed as one of those, at least to the Number 1 committee. This is proposed to be a felony conviction, so it is appropriate in the Number 1 committee. So between either committees Number 1 or 10, I do recognize that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, and I believe that a more thoughtful solution could be managed during the interim between either one of those committees. As you heard, I am against this bill for all the reasons that have been identified by so many good senators in this room. We heard no testimony in committee in favor of this bill, except from the sponsor, for the reasons that have been outlined. This is not the right solution to help protect the unborn or to hold women accountable for addiction. There are other solutions that I think our state can evaluate to protect the unborn and to provide the proper resources to these new mothers or mothers-to-be. And I look forward to learning more about those in the interim. With that, against the amendment, I'll look for your no vote on House Bill 85. Good senators.
Question? Okay, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, hang on.
I'm gonna
Senator
just-
Hutchings?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to just try one more time. I'm surprised, really, at the response to the bill, and the good bringer from the other chamber has done her best. We do have a problem in this state, and we brought it up over and over again: opioids, drug abuse. And what I see is, again, the bringer of the bill is trying to say, let's work on probation and treatment. And that's what I'm hearing from everybody. Let's give them treatment. I may be fighting a losing cause, but I think this bill is worth moving on. And I think it's worth all those who have these heartfelt speeches can do something to help amend this, so we don't go to an interim committee where the bill just gets kicked down the road and we continue to have women on controlled substances having babies and getting away with it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to address the concern, because I heard it from the senator who's no longer in the room, and the saving grace of this probationary period, I just want to walk through the fundamentals of how absurd this solution actually is. There is a pregnant woman using methamphetamine. The circumstances are dire and severe. We are going to arrest her, take her into the jail, which is not equipped to manage pregnant women, which is why these women are not going into custody in the first place, and why they're not being arrested for use of a controlled substance, which, by the way, using methamphetamine is illegal, regardless of whether your state of pregnancy. So why is our system not taking these women up? The reason is they don't want to pay for them, because they're very costly in our jails and prisons. So they actually aren't doing that for those reasons I would submit to you. So let's go back to this example of a woman who is extremely addicted to methamphetamine and using, and she's pregnant. Now she gets placed on probation. All of a sudden, she's cured from her methamphetamine addiction. This woman is pregnant. We've put her back out on the street. There's no prohibition from her using again. Her probation officer might see her once a month, maybe once a week. What's going to prevent her from taking another hit of methamphetamine to that unborn baby? This is the plan? This is how we're protecting the unborn? We're putting her back out into the street tomorrow on probation, hoping it works out. That's the reality of how absurd this plan actually is. The substance abuse exam, $150 of which she has to pay for, and then follow whatever treatment plan comes out of that. She's addicted to methamphetamine and pregnant. It's real bad. She's gonna need inpatient treatment. Guess what? She has no health insurance and can't afford it. What now? Where's she gonna go? What's the plan? I look forward to solving that in the interim. Vote no.
Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add one thing. 90% of those women, 90%, if they were to go through the process that we have in this bill and be placed on probation because they got a felony, 90% are going to return because you're not going to fix that addiction doing it this way. And the chairman of the judiciary is right. We really do have to spend money here. And let's forget about just this bill for a minute. Just on addictions alone, if we don't take it serious all around and start looking at it, not just pregnant women, it's just going to get worse. But just remember, 90% return. Once in trouble, they're going to get in trouble. It's a disease. They can't kick it. On against.
Okay, question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the chairman of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 85, please say aye. Those opposed, no. I believe that House Bill 85 has failed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration. Oh, is that a roll call? We do. Okay. Standing division, okay. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed, please rise. Okay, 16. So I have to do the pursuant. Okay. Okay, that bill has failed pursuant to SR 6-5, having failed a standing division vote. A roll call vote is required. The chief clerk called the roll. Will call the roll, excuse me.
House Bill 85, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Whitman? Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? No. Landon? McCune? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins excused. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler?
No.
No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? No. Beitman excused.
I've been
Chairman?
excused.
Excused. Hicks?
Excused.
Excused. Landon?
Excused.
Excused. President Dockstetter?
Excused.
Excused. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. On the House Bill 85, 8 ayes, 17 no, 5 excused.
House Bill 85, having failed a roll call vote pursuant to SR 6-SA, is deemed indefinitely postponed with the vote of 8, 17, and 5. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 10. Will the reading clerk read the bill?
Senate File 10, engrossed, Tribal Reference Amendment, sponsored by the Select Tribal Committee, an act relating to the tribes of the Wind River Indian Reservation, was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Beitman, Ellis, Rothfuss, Salazar, and Scott. Senator Scott, Chairman.
For the reading of the bill, what is your pleasure, Senator Scott?
I move when the Committee of the Whole rise and report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 10 do pass. I believe there's a standing committee amendment. I ask it be read in at this time.
House Bill 10, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to engrossed copy, page 31 after line 4, insert.
Madam Chairman,
Scott?
I yield to Senator Ellis for an explanation of the bill and the standing committee amendment.
Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you look online, Senators, you're going to see that this is a 31-page bill, but it's very simple in what it seeks to do. Over time, as statutes have been added, we refer to our tribes numerous times in our green books, but there's a lack of consistency, and we actually have started uncovering some misspellings even. And so what this bill seeks to do is identify those areas where we've talked about the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes and provide some consistency and clarity about what we've meant. So first off, I'm not going to walk you through this bill page by page, but I can tell you there are a few instances in our statutes where we've misspelled the word Shoshone using the letter I instead of the E and the letter E at the end. Arapaho, where we add an E when it's inappropriate. There's a place on the reservation called Arapaho, but when you're speaking about our tribe as a governing body, the E is not appropriate. We also had a conversation in your select committee about the order of the tribes when they're referred to in statute. So you're going to see consistency throughout, talking about the Eastern Shoshone tribe and the Northern Arapaho tribe. You'll see that we also talk about the proper names of each tribe. Throughout your statute, sometimes the word Indian is inserted, sometimes the clarifying Eastern, there are multiple bands of the Shoshone. We've left out Eastern, so we're just clarifying all that. Same with Arapaho. There's not just one band of Arapaho, there are others. And so we'll use the proper names. And then you're also going to see this concept of the cooperative tribal governing body. And this you've seen before in a prior bill that we just passed when we're referring to both tribes together. Years ago, both tribes had formed a joint business council, which is no longer functioning. The tribes dissolved that a number of years ago. They've actually come together again, and they refer to themselves as the Intertribal Council. So rather than put that formal name in there, we've used a catch-all term, the cooperative tribal governing body, so that we know what we're referring to and that those references go on in perpetuity. And you'll also see we've combed through the bill. There have been a number of instances where we refer to both the Northern Arapaho and Eastern Shoshone tribes, which if they were applying for a grant, for example, would require both of them to do that together. So we've separated that out, clarifying that one tribe can apply or both tribes together can. And then finally, what this bill does, Madam Chair, is in your Title 21, which is your education statutes, we talk about foreign language, but the custom nowadays is to refer to those as world languages. Certainly, indigenous languages are not foreign to this nation, but they are considered a world language. So it makes some of those conforming amendments. We've had as we worked on this bill in tribal relations, I can tell you we've combed through it to make sure that we've gotten things right. And so this is really a cleanup bill in my mind. But you've heard the reading of a standing committee amendment. So I'd move standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 10 and would ask you to vote aye. You'll recall that we just passed House Bill 9, which dealt with some programs related to the Wyoming Business Council. We weren't sure which bill might move first in this process. So in that bill that has already been signed into law, you'll see some of this duplicative language inserted in that bill. What the standing committee amendment would do would take that out of House Bill 9. And in our statutory rules of statutory construction, you'll just see that reference to cooperative tribal governing body inserted in this bill alone. So this is a technical correction. Happy to answer any questions, but would ask for your aye vote on the standing committee amendment.
Question? Or is there further discussion? Further discussion? Okay, question. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion to adopt the Standing Committee number 1 to House Bill 10, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? Okay, that is passed. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like I said, I'm not going to walk through the bill. If you have any questions, please let me know. But for your attorney who loves tidy statutes and things that are spelled correctly, I would strongly urge your aye vote.
Discussion? Question? Okay, all those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the chairman of the whole rises to report, that it do so with the favorable recommendation of House Bill number 10, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? Okay, House Bill number 10 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 63. Will the reading clerk please read that?
House Bill 63 engrossed. County and District Attorney's Salary Amendments, sponsored by Representative Greer, an act relating to the administration of government. Was referred to Committee number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Grew, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Do we have a chairman here that would like to bring that? House Bill 63, anyone? Anyone? Okay. Oh, Senator Kinski. Senator Kinski.
Madam Chairwoman, I recommend that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, that it do so with a do-pass recommendation on House Bill 63, and here to explain this fine piece of legislation is Senator Nethercott.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good Senators, House Bill 63, as you heard, received a full endorsement from your number 2 committee, which means that they fully support the need for the increase in county and district attorney salary increases. Most importantly, good Senators, if you would look at the fiscal impact associated with this bill, there is none. So how are we able to do this and increase some of these salary impacts? Really, it goes with extending the cap at the top end for these salaries for what their current limitations are, increasing them to what would be a circuit court judge's salary cap, which is $145,000, and leaving that discretion to those county commissioners who determine the salaries of their employees, including their county attorneys. And I think that that is very important to understand. So when we look at this bill, I would draw your attention to page 3, line 17. So subject to legislative appropriation, the state will pay a portion of each county and prosecuting attorney and assistant county and prosecuting attorney salary as provided in this subsection. So how we pay these attorneys is a combination of both county monies and state monies. So the state will pay $50,000 or 50% of the salary of the county and prosecuting attorney, whichever is less, per year to each qualifying county. So that's it. So there's this limitation on the state's funds. The state will pay $30,000 or 50% of the salary of each assistant to the county and prosecuting attorney, whichever is less per year. And so generally, that's how this works here. Constitution requires, or there's an interpretation that the Constitution requires, that the legislature set these caps for these judicial positions, these legal positions. And so one way to manage that and allowing some discretion within the counties for different salaries that are appropriate across the state is to put a cap at the top end of $145,000. That has been amended in the House. It originally was $165,000, consistent with district court judges. But the wisdom of the House wanted $145,000. I think we'll be back again soon, probably to try to amend that here in the future. But for now, good Senators, this is the bill. There is great need. As you've heard me discuss and heard just even from the previous bill, these prosecutors have a great amount of power and discretion, and we really need the very best serving in these positions because they hold the keys for the criminal justice system in Wyoming, and they also provide really necessary civil services to our counties. They are the civil attorneys for all of the legal challenges that our counties face, and those are significant and profound, particularly in our great state of all of the land issues that we present. I encourage your support of this very important bill. There is a committee of the whole amendment from the Appropriations Committee. Can I have that read in?
House Bill 63, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to engrossed copy, page 3, line 6, delete.
Discussion on the amendment?
I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 6, and it looks like, good senators, that the Number 2 committee changed the date from December 31st to 2022 to January 1st, 2023. Looks like a simple cleanup amendment. Good senators, ask for your aye vote.
Yes. Could you repeat that motion, please?
I would move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 63 and ask for your favorable consideration. Is it committee?
Yeah, I think it's a committee of the whole. Would you like
Senator-
to do that again?
Senator Perkins has me confused with the Number 2 committee. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 63. Thank you for that.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Oh, okay. All those in favor of Senator Nethercutt's motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 63, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? Okay, that Committee of the Whole Amendment has passed. Back on the bill? No discussion on the bill? Okay. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of House, no, it was Kinski, you're right. Let me start that again. I forgot that he was here. All those in favor of Senator Kinski's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 63, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? Okay, House Bill 63 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 71. Will the reading clerk read that?
House Bill 71, Driving While License Suspended Enhancement Amendment, sponsored by Representative Kriegel, an act relating to driver's licenses.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill? Oh, sorry.
It was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Costa, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman.
My apologies to the reading clerk for disrupting you, sorry. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it do so with the due pass recommendation of House Bill 71. To explain this bill, I would call on Senator Kolb.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. House Bill 71 is a bill that clarifies driving with a suspended license statute 317134. As the statute is currently written, some courts interpret it to mean that a person who has multiple convictions for driving with a suspended license may only be subject to enhancement provisions of subsection C if all the convictions happened in Wyoming. In other words, a person could have a current conviction for driving with a suspended license from another state, move to Wyoming, get another conviction while driving is suspended in Wyoming, and but still not be eligible for an enhancement. However, the two convictions in Wyoming, if they happened in Wyoming, would be subject to the enhancement automatically. Of note, the enhancement is only applicable if you are driving with a suspended license during the time of the original suspension is in place. Convictions that happen years apart are not subject to this enhancement. This bill will fix the ambiguity and clarify that a driving under suspension conviction is a driving under suspension conviction. County attorneys will allow our county attorneys to properly deal with folks that continue to drive without a valid license to the risk of all other drivers. Effective date's July 1, 2022, and I'll stand for questions.
Discussion on the bill? Okay. All those in favor of, let me go back, Senator Nethercott's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 71, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? Okay, House Bill 71 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is, okay, she snatched it back. Okay, I believe that clears the desk. Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Chairman, before you retire, I'd like the privilege of the floor, please.
You may.
Fellow senators, please join me in welcoming some kind of fun stuff. You guys all remember all the blockchain bills we've done, and everybody talks about what's blockchain done and where's it at. And we've got an example of what good bills that create a fertile business environment do. We have Joe Yang, founder and CEO of Trayson, John Benaki, policy lead and law clerk, Jeremy Willis, vice president of operations, Stephanie Chan, marketing ops manager, and Virgil Bellini of business development. Trayson Inc. is and I'm going to use proper names because we're actually at that point. Trayson Inc. is a blockchain consulting and software development company based in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Trayson has raised $20 million and employs 35 people in a half dozen countries. Biggest goal this year is its headquarters at 211 West 19th Street and already employs 10 Cheyenne residents. Please join me in welcoming him, and let's continue with bringing jobs to Wyoming.
Welcome to Wyoming, and thank you for all you do. Appreciate you. Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Chairman, I move committee of whole, beg leave to rise and sit again.
Senator Wasserberger, are you, oh, okay, never mind. You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion carried.
Wendy, can you go up and just stand to the sound of the gavel till the president gets back? Just go back to chair and stand to each sound of the gavel. Yeah, a whole bunch more.
The Senate will stand at ease until the sound of the gavel.
So we'll come back to order, folks. We just got a little bit to do. We got to get the budget bill signed. Then the floor leader has some direction for us after that. We got to, let's make sure we got a caucus for this sign. Let's hold for just a moment while we get a, yeah, if any, get a few back on the floor just for the signing. You can keep it to a dull roll while we go through the signing. Okay. Okay. Signing of enrolled acts. Enrolled Act number 12, Senate File 1. Read in.
Senate Enrolled Act number 12, being original Senate File 1, an act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium commencing July 1, 2022, and ending June 30, 2024.
Thank you. I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 12, the same being Senate File 1. I have so signed. Enrolled Act number 13, same being Senate File 6.
Senate Enrolled Act number 13, being original Senate File 6, an act relating to aquatic invasive species.
Thank you. About to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 13, the same being Senate File 6. I have so signed. Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could have everybody stand at ease, the gavel, and go back into caucus.
Okay, stand at ease until the gavel. We're going to go downstairs and caucus just a little bit more, folks. Thank you. Okay. Senate will come back to order. Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, March 7, 2022, message number 219. Mr. President, the following Senate files passed on third reading in an amended form, and a concurrence is requested. Senate File 9, Revenue Bonds for Agricultural Endeavors, ayes 44, noes 14, excused 2. Message number 220. Senate File 18, County Road Maintenance Fund Amendments, ayes 53, noes 5, excused 2. Message number 222, Senate File 40, Criminal Record Dissemination Military Department, ayes 56, noes 2, excused 2. Message number 225, Senate File number 49, ayes 57, excused 3. The House respectfully asks the Senate to concur by adopting amendments. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk. Message number 217. Mr. President, the House appointed House conferees to meet with a like Committee Number 1 from the Senate on amendments to Senate File 35. House conferees are Representative Burkhart, Chairman, Representative R, Representative Yin. Message number 216. Mr. President, House appointed House conferees to meet with a like Committee Number 1 from the Senate on amendments to House Bill 42. House conferees are Representative Nicholas, Chairman, Representative Harshman, Representative Schwartz. Message number 226, concurrence requested. Mr. President, the Senate File 98, Federal Emergency COVID-19 Relief Funding Limitations, passed the House on third reading in an amended form. Ayes 45, noes 13, excused 2. House respectfully asks the Senate to concur by adopting amendments. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk. Message number 227. Mr. President, the House failed to concur to Senate amendments to the following bill. House Bill number 100, Redistricting of the Legislature. Ayes 11, noes 46, excused 3. Message number 228, Mr. President, the House appointed House conferees to meet with a like Committee Number 1 from the Senate on amendments to House Bill 100. House conferees are Representative Barlow, Chairman, Representative Summers, and Representative Zwanitzer. Message number 218. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading by the votes indicated. Senate File number 7, Wyoming Gaming Commission Scrivener Error Correction, ayes 53, noes 5, excused 2. Message number 221, Senate File number 34, Inheritance Tax Fees Repeal, ayes 58, excused 2. Message number 223, Senate File number 68, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations Amendments, ayes 53, noes 5, excused 2. Message number 224, Senate File 75, Deferred Annuities Minimum Non-Forfeiture, ayes 54, noes 4, excused 2. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you, sir. Signing of enrolled ranks, Enrolled Act number 14.
Senator
Landon.
Mr. President, may I have privilege of the floor?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I would like to check out with the Transportation Committee. We have a bill to reconsider tonight. It won't take
Understood.
long. We should be back up to complete Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
You're excused. Don't lose your committee.
We will take up House Bill 64, Mr. President, down in W2, and we'll meet in about 5 minutes.
House Bill 64 W2. Got it.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Okay. Signing of enrolled acts. About to, that's signed enrolled act number 14, same being Senate File 007. So signed. Enrolled act number 15, read it in.
Senate Enrolled Act number 15 being original Senate File 34, an act relating to taxation and revenue.
About to sign enrolled act number 15, the same being Senate File 34. So signed. Enrolled Act number 20, read it in.
House Enrolled Act Number 20, being original House Bill 17, an act relating to state lands.
About to sign Enrolled Act number 20, the same being House Bill 17. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 16, read it in, please.
House Enrolled Act, beg your pardon, Senate Enrolled Act Number 16, being original Senate File 68, an act relating to corporations.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 16, the same being Senate File 68. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, House Enrolled, excuse me, Senate Enrolled Act number 16, same being Senate File 68. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 17. Read it in.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 17, being original Senate File 75, an act relating to annuity contracts.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 17, the same being Senate File 75. For the record, read in Senate Enrolled Act number 15.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 15, being original Senate File 34, an act relating to taxation and revenue.
About to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 15, the same being Senate File 34. So signed for the record. House Enrolled Act number 21. Read it in. Pull that back. Let's read this one in. Let's do it for the record. House Enrolled Act number 20, the same being House Bill 17. Read it in.
House Enrolled Act Number 20, being original House Bill 17, an act relating to state lands.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 20, the same being House Bill number 17. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 21. Read it in.
House Enrolled Act Number 21, being original House Bill 4, an act relating to water.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 21, the same being House Bill 4. House Bill 80, read it in.
House Enrolled Act Number 22, being original House Bill 80, an act relating to campaign reports.
House Bill 80. About to sign House Enrolled Act number 22, same being House Bill 80. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 23, read it in.
House Enrolled Act Number 23, being original House Bill 52, an act relating to elections.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 23, the same being House Bill 52. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 24, read it in.
House Enrolled Act Number 24, being original House Bill 47, an act relating to impact assistance payments.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 24, the same being House Bill 47. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 25, read it in.
House Enrolled Act Number 25, being original House Bill 33, an act relating to public health and safety.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 25, the same being House Bill 33. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 26, read it in.
House Enrolled Act number 26, being original House Bill 15, an act relating to alcoholic beverages.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 26, the same being House Bill 15. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 27. Read it in.
House Enrolled Act number 27, being original House Bill 16, an act relating to defense forces and affairs.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 27, the same being House Bill 16. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 28, read it in.
House Enrolled Act number 28, being original House Bill 18, an act relating to motor vehicles.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 28, the same being House Bill 18. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 29, read it in.
House Enrolled Act number 29, being original House Bill 60, an act relating to minimum fiscal procedures training for public officers.
About to read, or excuse me, about to sign House Enrolled Act number 29, the same being House Bill 60. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 30, read it in.
House Enrolled Act number 30, being original House Bill 62, an act relating to insurance.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 30, the same being House Bill 62. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 31, read it in.
House Enrolled Act number 31, being original House Bill 76, an act relating to professions and occupations.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 31, the same being House Bill 76. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 32, read it in.
House Enrolled Act number 32, being original House Bill 81, an act relating to motor vehicles.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 32, the same being House Bill 81. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 30, House Enrolled Act number 33, read it in.
House Enrolled Act number 833, being original House Bill number 82, an act relating to veterans' benefits and exemptions.
About to sign House Enrolled Act number 33, the same being House Bill 82. So signed. Okay, let's continue on. Joint Conference Committees, House Bill 42. Conference, our concurrence committee will be Chair Kinski, Hicks, Beitman. House Bill 100. Conference committee be Landon, Kinski, and Cooper. Okay, this point, Mr. Floor Leader, you want to do a few committee of the whole, or do you want to break for dinner? Go ahead, Senator Hicks. Just a moment, temporary timeout. Okay, Joint Conference Committee report, message number 226. Senator Kinski, are you ready?
I'm ready, Mr. President.
Read it in, please.
Message number 226. Concurrence requested referencing Senate File 98, Federal Emergency COVID-19 Relief Funding Limitations.
Senator Kinski.
I'd move message number 226 and urge a aye vote. This concerns Senate File 98. As you'll recall, when we left here some time ago, we left the governor with the ability to spend all $1 billion of ARPA relief money because at the time we really did not know what was going to come down the pike. That's still on the books. So Senate File 98 says, no, we're going to reel that authority back in, and that kind of spending is going to go through both the House, the Senate, and the executive branch. That's what Senate File 98 does. We passed it out of here, and it went through unchanged in the House side except for one amendment, which is a good amendment, which was suggested by staff, and that's what this concurrence message is. The amendment does a couple of things. First, it clarifies that the money we are leaving to the governor to spend, it's going to be spent in accordance with the ARPA criteria or any subsequent expansion of those criteria. So that's necessary language. Then it clarifies that if Senate File 66, which also has a provision that says, Governor, you can't spend $1 billion in ARPA when we're not here. If it passes and 98 passes, the provisions of 98 shall control. And staff recommends that because they feel the language that's drafted in 98 is better than the language in 66. So this, the bill is a simple sort of separation of powers. We're not in the throes of a crisis anymore. So we want to go back to business as usual with the legislative proposing and the executive disposing. I would urge an aye vote on message number 226.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I'm having trouble understanding because I'm thinking that the explanation doesn't mesh with what I see in the concurrence request. And I'm looking at the section 3, the concurrence request. Beginning March 27th, 2022, funds which are not otherwise appropriated in the 2022 legislative budget are appropriated at the office of the governor for the purposes consistent. Isn't that giving the governor total authority to spend anything we haven't appropriated? Is that? I didn't understand how that meshes with the explanation. Mr. President, maybe I'm totally missing something.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you. What it says is any funds that are not otherwise appropriated by the legislature, and we will appropriate those funds. And then finally, it talks about expansion of the purposes. So I guess your concern is that Senate File 66 does not go through, which does appropriate the ARPA funds. Does that leave the authority to the governor to then spend the ARPA funds? Well, let me check.
Just a moment. Senator Hicks?
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe the answer to my colleague's question for Natrona County goes into where it says, for and receives, and which are not otherwise appropriated in the 2022 legislative budget session. As I understand it, that's the question. Well, only the legislature can appropriate those funds, but I think it's the wording you're talking about that says are not otherwise appropriated. Is that correct? Mr. Chairman, is that the question that's been asked?
Let's do that. Senator Scott, and then we'll come back to Senator Kinski. Senator Scott, you want to clarify your question?
Yes, Mr. President. Because it says which are not otherwise appropriated in the 2022 legislative budget session. That says to me that if we don't pass the Senate file, was it 66? That we've given the governor total discretion on anything that is not appropriate. Is that my question is that the intention? Because I couldn't understand how that meshed with the explanation.
Got a head shake at Senator Kinski? Let's go there.
So Section 3 applies only to the so-called Section 604 funds, the $109 million that must be expended. That's the money that the feds allocate to us, that various political subdivisions or broadband application grants can be made through the governor's office, which gets passed to the feds ultimately for approval or denial. So this 109 must be spent or it's lost.
Okay. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to follow in on that, then the key word is on if you look at Section 3, line under subsection A, the second line talks about American Rescue Plan Act capital project funds. And then if you go to B, the American Rescue Plan Act capital project funds means, you see down there, the Section 604. So that's $109 million. That is just the capital project funds. And actually most of that, the governor has got a plan for that, and everybody's kind of bought in on that thing. So that's only that Section 604 funds. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. All right, I got a head shake that's helpful. Okay, that does it then. Any further, Senator Hicks?
Just want to make sure that their recommendation, I believe, is to vote aye for concurrence.
Thank you. All right. Had the discussion, motion is the Senate do accept Joint Conference Committee report on Senate File 98 and vote aye. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Senate File 98 concurrence roll call vote. Anderson? Excused, Mr. President. Excused. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? I. Cooper. I. Driscoll. I. Ellis. I. French. I. Furphy. Excused. Guru. I. Hicks. I. Hutchings. I. James. I. Kinski. I. Kolb. I. Cost. I. Landon excused. McEwen. Excused. Nethercott. Excused. Pappas. Aye. Perkins. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. Wasserberger. Aye. President Dockstader. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 98, 26 aye, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted the Joint Conference Committee Report Message Number 226, referencing the Senate File 98. Okay. So at this point, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, you want to take us back into Committee of the Whole? What's your desire? We have to recess at some point too. Go ahead. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. President, I move we stand recessed until 7:15. It'll give us an hour to eat.
Okay. And to get some. All right. You've heard the motion. Any other announcements? Let's go ahead and recess until, give me that time again. Recess until 7:15. Okay, Senate will come to order, folks. This is what we're going to do. We've got an enrolled act to take care of, then we're going to take care of the Joint Conference Committee report on Capcom Senate File 67. And we're going to cut you loose for an hour and a half while the staff works on it, gets our next ARPA bill ready. We are working in conjunction with the House on this timing, so that this will give you a little break. So at this point, we'll come to order. Signing of enrolled acts, please read in Senate Enrolled Act number 18.
Senate Enrolled Act number 18, being original Senate File 98, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government.
About to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 18, same being Senate File 98. So signed. Now, Joint Conference Committee report. Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move Joint Conference Committee number 1 to Senate File 67, which was the state-funded capital construction bill, and would ask for your favorable consider of a yes on concurrence. Members of the body, as that bill left here, the House just, there was one thing they added, $250,000 for the Capital Square Preservation Account. That would go for operation and maintenance here for the Capitol Square stuff. So there was $250,000 there. There was a footnote in there that would allow the University of Wyoming to proceed with the construction of the law college. We did get verification from the trustees that they did have matching money available and that project was ready to go. So that was a request. All it is a footnote and says that they can go ahead and pull the trigger on that project, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, really quick, I'm just going to, for the record, have it read in and have you move it, continue. Read it in if you would, please.
Joint Conference Committee report on Senate File 67, state-funded capital construction, signed by Senators Hicks, Guru, and Steinmetz, Representatives Walters, Kinner, and Nicholas.
Move it and continue, sir.
Mr. Chairman, do I need to, or Mr. President, do I need to move that? I thought I did that already.
Okay, then continue on with your explanation. Thank you.
But I'll move it again just for the
For the
record,
record.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I move Joint Conference Committee report number 1 to Senate File 67, state-funded capital construction.
Thank you. For the record, continue now, please.
Back to my explanation, is there's a appropriation there for the continuous appropriation. That's another footnote to clarify what we've done in the budget, or on the bill on here under footnote number 15. The $250,000 is for the display of an authentic replication of the Wyoming State Constitution here in the Capitol building. That's what that $250,000 is. The footnote for the university, Mr. Chairman, that's it. So,
discussions or
Mr.
questions?
Chairman, there's the only changes between it left here as far as increased expenditure was $250,000. The other two are footnotes.
Thank you. Discussions or questions? All right. Let's have a vote then. Chief Clerk, call the roll. Again, this is on referencing message number 193, Senate File 67, state-funded capital construction. Call roll.
Joint Conference Committee number 1 to Senate File 67, roll call vote. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. Beitman? Excuse, Mr. President? President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 67, 25 aye, 4 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, House, referencing House Message Number 193, Senate File 67, Joint Conference Committee Report has passed the Senate. Okay, folks, we need about an hour and a half, so let's see. Let's put us back in. Let's come back at 9 o'clock. That'll give us time to finish up the ARPA bill. Anything else I need to know from Conference Committee? Or from Appropriations, excuse me.
Yeah, Mr. President, were you going to sign Senate File 98 at this time, or are we going to do that when we come back in?
It's already signed and done.
Okay, thank you.
So, want me to so sign something? Okay. Senator Rothfuss, go ahead.
Mr. President, may I have the privilege of the floor for a moment?
Please do.
Mr. President, if you or any of the senators would like to spend the next hour and a half instead of wandering about here, singing karaoke and eating Thai, which to me sounds preferable, you can do so with Wyoming Equality down at 110 East Lincoln Way, Unit B. That's 110 East Lincoln Way, Unit B. And there is an awful lot of Thai food waiting there if you would like to partake.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
No.
Any further discussion? Okay.
President?
Go ahead.
I'm not going to prognosticate on this subject, but my guess is the Senate would probably be more adept at eating pie than singing. It's just a guess on my part.
Pie, okay. No, don't start. Go ahead.
It's Thai, not pie.
Oh,
And there is little doubt in my mind that we would be better at eating than singing, whether it's pie or Thai. But this is the House versus Senate karaoke competition that we have lost miserably for quite some time.
That's my point.
Here's an opportunity.
If you feel so inclined. All right, the Senate will stand in recess for an hour and a half, 9 o'clock. Thank you for your patience. We've got an agreement on these bills. Let's move forward. And folks, thank you for your patience. Senate coming back to order now for those listening. And here's the layout of what we're going to be doing. We'll get it caught up from the House, and then we're going to have the signing of Senate File 67, which is capital construction, CapCon. And we are still waiting for 66, which is just in the final stages now, and that should be ready in about a half hour. But this way we can go ahead and get this signing done and also hear one committee bill, one committee of the whole bill, and then close that whole committee of the whole out, close it out for the evening. And by that time, we should be ready for what's coming in from Senate File 66. So with that with that, reports from the House.
From the House of Representatives, message number 229, March 7, 2022. Mr. President, the House adopted Joint Conference Committee number 1 report on Senate File 67, state-funded capital construction. Ayes 37, noes 17, excused 6. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk.
Okay, with that, signing of enrolled acts, with that order of business, signing of enrolled acts, please read in enrolled act number 19.
Senate Enrolled Act number 19, being original file, Senate File 67, an act relating to state-funded capital construction.
Thank you. About to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 19, the same being Senate File 67. So signed. Now we can send that on down to the House, keep the flow going. This time, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
Back into Committee of the Whole. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Well, some objection, but I think I'm going to call the ayes. Okay. Senator, Mr. Floor Leader, would you give us some direction on what you're going to do there?
If you bring the chair in, we're going to take up Senate File 31.
Okay. With that order of business, bills on general file will resume. Heard the motion, all those in favor, then that, Senator Schuler, let's just come back and have you one. You got warmed up earlier today.
One bill. Okay. We have another bill that we're going to. Whoops. We have another bill that we're going to consider tonight. So let's take a look at House Bill 31. Reading clerk, will you read that?
House Bill 31 engrossed, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program, sponsored by the Education Committee, an act relating to higher education. That's House Bill 31 engrossed. It was referred to Committee number 4, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Ellis, Rothfuss, Salazar, and Scott. No, Senator Beitman. Senator Scott, Chairman.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Senator Hicks?
I would move to lay this back one day until we have all the members on the floor available to hear the discussion and debate on this. We have members off of the floor that are working on Senate File 66 right now, so we can get out of here tonight that would like to participate in this discussion. So I would ask to lay this back until tomorrow.
Okay, when there's an objection, what do we do with that? We take a vote? Okay. Okay.
From our leadership.
Senator Scott?
Let's hear from our leadership what they want to do, because this is a balancing act as to timing and as to members off the floor.
Senator
Madam
Driscoll?
Chairman, I think the members are off the floor, understand the bill, and they'll be back for the vote. We'll go get them, and we'll get them back for a vote at the end of it. But I will acquiesce to the Vice President to some degree, but I believe they're very aware of the bill and they're on it. And they're, by the time that, this bill's gonna take some time to present. I don't think it's a 5-minute bill. Mr. Vice President, good either way, it's gonna come to a vote, so.
I'm aware that that's Chairman, if there's members of the body that would like to participate in this discussion, Madam Chairman.
Senator Hicks?
We have a conference committee chairman that's off the floor on House Bill 6, or Senate File 66, which is the ARPA bill, who would like to participate in the discussion on House Bill 31, Wyoming's tomorrow. Because of his duties as conference chairman, refining the language so that we can get out of here tonight, he's not available right now. Madam Chairman, I would renew my motion that we lay this back until tomorrow so that all the members that want to participate in this, that have other obligations right now, can't be on the floor.
So there is a motion on the floor. I guess we vote on that motion first, don't we, Senator Hicks's? Before we do the objection? Is that correct?
The objection was what triggered the motion. It was without objection. I would ask that, and as a result of the objection, it then becomes a motion. And so it would be a vote on the good senator's motion to lay this back for one additional day.
Yeah, Senator Hicks, so I guess we'll call the roll then on.
What? No, it's to kill the bill. It's to kill the bill.
You
Senator
clarify,
Scott?
if we vote aye, are we voting to go to the next day, or are we voting to do it right now?
The motion is to lay the bill back. So would it be a voice vote or a roll call vote? Voice vote? Is it a voice vote? Okay. All those in favor of Senator Hicks's motion to lay this bill back, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. Would there be a division? I would be uncertain, so all of those who voted aye or would like to vote aye, please stand.
Well, it kills those. Yes.
Okay, these, yeah, would we, those that are standing, I think we have a little uncertainty on that. So all those that are in favor of that motion, please stay standing for a moment so we can get the count. Okay, all those opposed to the motion, please stand. Okay, the vote is 15 noes and 12 yeses. So we'll move on with the bill then. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so we'll go ahead and read the bill in first, please.
House Bill 31 engrossed, sponsored by the Education Committee, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program, an act relating to higher education. It was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Ellis, Rothfuss, Salazar, and Scott. No, Senator Beitman. Senator Scott, Chairman. was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass failed amended. Ayes, Senators Guru and Perkins. No, Senators Hicks, Kinski, and Steinmetz. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, I move when the Committee of the Whole rise and report it do so with a recommendation that House Bill 31 do pass. Madam Chairman, there was a standing committee amendment. What we want to do, I'm going to say just a couple of words, and then I'm going to yield to Senator Ellis to explain the bill, and then we'll ask for the standing committee amendment to be read in, and we'll deal with that. So, Madam Chairman, with that, let me say just a word about the need for this bill. There's two groups out in the society that need it. One of them is a bunch of our constituents, ordinary citizens, who for one reason or another need additional education, either to get a new career because their old careers evaporated, or because they find out the hard way they didn't get enough education when they should have, and they need to get the training they need to enter on a decent career. The second group that needs it is, we had a lot of testimony from industry that they really need the kind of trained workforce this bill will develop. There's private industry is doing a lot of training, but there's things they can't do. And if you're trying to do economic development, you're trying to appeal to people who are looking for a trained workforce, and they aren't going to contribute to our getting it. They're going to go elsewhere if we don't have it. So it's those groups that need it. And Madam Chairman, with that, I'll yield to Senator Ellis for an explanation of the bill.
Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To walk you through this bill, I just want to be clear, this is not a new idea for the legislature to consider. This has been a concept that's been in the works for a while, but this year I think we finally have got a good landing path for this airplane. So to walk you through the bill, if beginning on page 2, you'll start seeing the creation of the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship, created in Title 21. We're going to start looking at some definitions, and I'm going to point out some areas where we've made some modifications. You'll see the term academic term, which is very familiar to what we use with the Hathaway, academic year. Moving on to page 3, a certificate. What the commission is here, we're talking about the Wyoming Community College Commission. Cost of attendance, a degree, an eligible institution, meaning our University of Wyoming or the one of our community colleges. Equivalent of a full-time semester, semester hour, Title IV, and unmet financial need. Before I move on, I'd like to, there's a standing committee amendment, and I'd ask that that be read in.
House Bill 31, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, to corrected engrossed copy, corrected copy, page 1, line 7, after.
Madam Chair, I move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 31. On page 3, you'll see that the definition of certificate right now means a credential or other than a degree, and it indicates satisfactory completion of training in an academic year or a study offered by an eligible institution. The Standing Committee amendment would include non-credit industry recognized credentials that meet the eligibility requirement of the Wyoming Works program. You'll also see the amendment would change some language that we have for semester hour to include not just attempted credits, but any eligible Wyoming Works program degree or certification. Moving on, I'll continue to explain the bill, and then we'll fill in some other pieces of the Standing Committee amendment. On the bottom of page 4, here's where you're going to see the creation of the expenditure count for the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship, and then moving on to page 5. This is a concept that we've already discussed once in regards to Hathaway, of trying to do a better job of combining our expenditure and endowment funds so that we can use Pool A as an investment resource. So you'll see this language on page 5 does just that. And starting on line 14, you'll see kind of the meat of that concept. It says the state treasurer shall transfer monies from the expenditure account into Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Endowment Fund to the extent that monies within the expenditure account are in excess of an amount equal to 9% of the previous 5-year average market value of the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Endowment Fund. Moving on to page 6, you'll see a reporting requirement for the Joint Education Committee and the Select Committee on Capital Finance and Investments, making sure we're keeping track of how that fund is doing. Going on to page 6, you'll also see some limitations about how this would work with the expenditure count. So you'll see beginning on line 13, for the first academic year scholarships are awarded, the expenditures shall not exceed 2.5% of the applicable fiscal year's average market value. This, Mr. Chairman, if you go, or Madam Chair, if you go down page 6 onto 7, you'll see this is kind of how we're phasing it in and getting it ramped up. On page 7, you'll see in paragraph C on line 5, again, this is more of that ramp-up concept, that average market value of the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Fund will be calculated as follows, and it goes through how that would be done for fiscal year 23, fiscal year 24, 25, all the way onto page 8 through fiscal year 27. And this, again, is just the ramping up and getting it ready so that it's fully operational after that. On to page 8, here's how we talk about the eligibility requirements of receiving the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Fund. Here on line 19, you'll say the Community College Commission may award a scholarship. Unlike the Hathaway, which operates very much like an entitlement scholarship, if you meet the criteria of Hathaway, you are entitled to receive that. This is a much more permissive type of scholarship. Going on to page 9, here are some of the parameters. You have had to have been a resident of Wyoming for 1 year. You have to be 24 years old. You have to apply for FAFSA. FAFSA is your federal application for federal student financial aid. You have to also register with the Department of Workforce. We thought that was an important requirement because the Department of Workforce Services has opportunities and funding from other sources. So if you consult with them, they might be able to get you hooked up with a different program that wouldn't require you to have to apply for one of these scholarships. Moving on to page 10. This talks about what would make you ineligible to receive a scholarship. First, if you are currently receiving a Hathaway scholarship, if you're not a United States citizen or permanent resident, if you owe a refund under Title IV for student financial aid, if you're incarcerated, or if you've previously received a scholarship under Wyoming's Tomorrow, then you'd be ineligible for receiving additional funds. Moving on to page 11, here's where we talk about the amount that an eligible recipient could receive. You'll see line 11, $150 per semester, not to exceed $1,800 per academic term. And then going down through page 11 through page 12, the maximum amount a person could receive would be $7,200, and that would be the equivalent of 4 full-time academic terms. To remain eligible for this scholarship, you'd have to continue to make satisfactory academic progress, maintain a 2.0 GPA, meet other criteria established by the institution you're attending, and maintain continuous enrollment for not less than 2 academic terms. And if you're following along, we're on the top of page 13. And here's where you're going to see some important language, because this concept is geared toward your non-traditional learners. Beginning on page 13, line 3, the commission may grant waivers to that requirement if you have an individual who's serving in the military, or maybe doing religious service, or other good cause shown pursuant to commission rules. So moving on to the bottom of page 13, here's where we also talk about who's going to do the administering of this scholarship. And we identified the Community College Commission, obviously working closely with the University of Wyoming, but we gave the Community College Commission lead agency status for the purposes of administering the program. Moving on to page 13, you'll see that we just require a lot of rulemaking of how this would work out. So unlike the Hathaway Scholarship, where if a student qualifies and meets all the requirements, here they have to apply, and the commission will set forth certain deadlines, and they'll make a preliminary determination, page 14, line 6, on which students are eligible. They'll collect all those applications, look for duplications, and then start trying to figure out how many awards they'll be able to make that year. And so moving on to page 15, they'll review the list for duplication, and there has to be a match. And this is where you're going to see on the bottom of page 14, moving on to page 15, the kind of coordination they'll do with the state treasurer's office to ensure we know how much the commission can award matches up with how much they'll actually be using to support students. And so a lot of this will be done through rulemaking. We really tried to avoid having any kind of specific dates, knowing that some of this will be a little different depending on the credentials that the applicant's seeking, the schedules of community colleges and the university. Moving on to page 16, you'll see that the commission will have to promulgate rules to implement this article. And here's where you're going to see some additional language inserted on line 20. Here, the commission shall promulgate rules necessary to implement this article in consultation with the University of Wyoming, the Department of Workforce Services, the Wyoming Business Council, and other stakeholders, including industry representatives. To do this consultation, they are trying to develop a preference of how they award these scholarships. So rather than have a very prescriptive and narrow view of who we want applying, we actually want a broad array of Wyoming citizens applying, but we needed some mechanism to narrow down who we were going to give a preference to. So the community college, in working with these entities, will have to consider workforce shortages, economic development needs of communities and regions, but after doing that, they'll give first preference to students who have received a scholarship before under this article. Obviously, this wouldn't apply to the first class of students receiving it, the first cohort, but the idea would be if you have a student who's already started in a program, we want to make sure that we don't pull the rug out from under them and that they're able to finish whatever degree or credential they're seeking. The second preference would be given to a student who's secured an industry sponsorship. And this can be done through rulemaking. I think private industry has indicated a willingness to chip in. The commission can develop some rules and give priority for those industries that are willing to provide some additional support for those credentials or degrees. We also wanted to say that preference may be given to students based on the length of their residency in Wyoming. Unlike other scholarships, we didn't think a hard and fast rule of 5 years or 10 years would meet the needs, because we recognize this scholarship isn't just about promoting the needs of an individual student, but the needs of a community. So for example, if you're in a community where there's a big manufacturing company coming on board that requires certain skills, we don't want it to be a barrier for a student to apply to meet some of those needs. And then finally, the commission can give a preference to students who do not have a degree and have never been to college. Along those lines, we want the commission to provide an annual report about the program's impact. We want to know what kind of students they're supporting, what kind of certificates, what kind of degrees. And so on the bottom of page 17 and on to 18, you'll see some of that reporting requirement. Moving on to page 18, this is where we'll start seeing some of our conforming amendments. First, on line 4, the Department of Audit may conduct an audit. That's pretty standard in how we've structured other things that are similar to this. And then on page 18, lines 9 through 20, this is where we start making some distinctions between what this scholarship is versus Hathaway. The commission here has to limit the number and amount of scholarships awarded. And to the extent that sufficient funds are not available, then they'll have to figure out a way of doing this based on, or making their awards on a first come, first served basis. The bottom of page 18 onto 19, you'll see that the legislature has oversight and retains oversight over the scholarship program. And on lines 5 through 7, the legislature reserves the right to modify or terminate the program established by this article at any time, making sure that this is clearly not an endowment. On the bottom of 19, this is talking about the fund itself. In the duties of the state auditor, the fund can receive funds from anything appropriated by the legislature, or if you read on the bottom of page 19, line 22, or by a gift from whatever source, can also receive these funds. So for those of you who are concerned about industry chipping in, that would be a great opportunity for them to make an investment in this scholarship. On page 20, this is where we start talking a little bit about how the earnings from the investment of the monies from the endowment shall be credited to the endowment. And this is the magic number we came up with, Madam Chair, and it's $50 million. And so this program doesn't come online, or the scholarship doesn't come online until that account, it hits $50 million. Going on the bottom of page 20, this is a conforming amendment, as well as on page 21. This is dealing with Pool A investments, and as I mentioned, we're trying to get to a situation where we can use Pool A a little bit more to support the needs of this scholarship. Page 22, you'll see in the middle of the page another conforming amendment, which basically says if you're receiving a Wyoming's Tomorrow scholarship, you can't receive the Hathaway. And then finally, section 3, or not finally, I should say, section 3 clarifies that no scholarship shall be awarded under Wyoming's Tomorrow until the market value of the endowment fund hits $50 million. And this is the last part of the standing committee, Madam Chair. your Education Committee inserted Section 4, which would appropriate $50 million from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account to fund Wyoming's Tomorrow. And then Section 5 would be renumbered and would take effect on July 1st, 2022. And I know there are a lot of people in, that want to speak to kind of the merits of the scholarship, but I wanted to give you an overview of what's in this. It really was geared toward trying to make it toward that person who, for whatever reason, didn't go to college right after they graduated high school, didn't get any advanced degree. It was really, the person we thought about was the working person that's in your community right now and how we could best serve their needs and get them more education. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Further discussion on standing amendment number 1? No? Okay. Question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion to adopt the Standing Committee number 1 amendment to House Bill 31, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. Okay, I believe the motion is passed. On to the bill, or would you like to do the next amendment? What's your choice there?
Madam
Okay, Senator Scott?
Chairman, I think there's an amendment from committee number 2.
Senator Perkins?
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I move second reading.
Yeah, it does need to be read in.
Thank you.
House
Read
Bill,
it in.
House Bill 31, Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to corrected engrossed copy, corrected copy, page 1, line 7, delete.
Senator Perkins?
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I'd move Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to House Bill 31 and ask the body to vote aye. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is simply deleting the $50 million appropriation. You can decide, again, as we talk about the $50 million appropriation, we are just, we're about 30 to $50 million, about 30 to 40, maybe $50 million below the LSRA where we came in. This $50 million would come out of the LSRA, and you can decide if you want to fund it in full on this. So a vote for this would be to fund it in full, or at least this first $50 million so it can start operating. A vote against it is a little bit slower or different funding mechanism. Your joint appropriation looked at this, and one of our goals that we had coming into this session that would leave with an LSRA that was actually higher than it is, it actually a bit lower than when we came in. But ultimately, we're within $100 million of where the LSRA was when we came into this session, but it is still lower. And so your Joint Appropriations Committee offers this amendment because that was one of our goals, and we thought it was one of your goals as well, that we would end up with an LSRA that was no lower than what we came in, and trying to balance that and look to the future. So with that, stand for questions on the Standing Committee Amendment number 2.
Discussion on Standing Committee number 2. Senator Case?
Just kind of a point here. I believe the good chairman of Appropriations may have said that if you vote for this, we want to be clear, if you vote for this, you strip the funding out. If you vote against this, you leave the funding in. Just want to be clear about that. I think you said it backwards.
Senator Beitman?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. On and for the amendment, I think it's important to explore other funding mechanisms first before we use other people's money and taxpayer money to get this thing stood up. I think I would be interested to see how much industry support there truly is when we take this funding out and offer them the ability to donate to this fund and other generous benefactors around the state, and see what truly interest there is in this. Obviously, the easy thing to do is just fully fund it, and everybody, throws, industry can say they support it verbally, but I'd like to have them put their money where their mouth is first, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, on and against the amendment, in favor of funding the program well enough to get it started. A couple of observations. Madam Chairman, if we're going to do the program, you've got to fund it. There's a $50 million trigger in there we've got to reach before it starts operating. And that's put there because there are administrative costs that you need to incur to do the program at all. So you have to have a certain volume to justify those costs. So I think it's a good trigger, and we need to get at least that far. This is a new program. It's one we very much need. The testimony that we've had. Industry really wants it, and for good reason. In this high-tech world we're moving into, they need that trained workforce. Now, question is, what about industry participation? Now, we're talking about profit-making entities. We want to get their money, and I think we do in this. The way to do it is the way the bill does, which is saying they can sponsor scholarships. We will make our money go a lot further. But they'll sponsor those because it's in their interest as a company to get those people trained. And my prediction to you is that, at least in the initial years, almost all the scholarships you're going to see, the way this is worded, are going to wind up both being in shortage areas and in areas where the industry is going to sponsor. That's the way to get industry participation. General charitable contributions out of the bottom of their heart be nice, but we aren't going to get those nearly as much as if they've got something at stake in the specific donation that they make. So we need to fund the basics ourselves here. Second, it is a new program. With the amount of one-time money we've got, the way to deal with a new program is the way this program does. You put it in an endowment so you know it can continue. You aren't buying yourself a general fund appropriation that you can't afford 2 or 3 years down the line when the price of oil has come back down. And who knows when that's going to be, next year or 5 years from now. You know it's going to happen. So you need to do it the way this is done. And what you're actually doing is you're taking some of our current revenues and saving it for the future. Because if you leave it in the LISRA, you're going to put too much of a temptation for those who really want to just spend, spend, spend. This way, you're going to create a program and save for it so that you know we'll be able to do it. So for all those reasons, Madam Chairman, on and against this particular amendment.
Senator Anderson?
Madam Chairman, on and against the amendment, has been discussed whether or not the industries will contribute to this scholarship. They are contributing now. The minerals industry is contributing a high percentage of our funds that we're dealing with right now. And I know they would see this as a good investment for the employees they have that are leaving their work and needing retrained in another endeavor. So they are participating as much as they can. And I agree with the previous speaker that if they have a scholarship for certain employees, they'll also pitch in for that. So I think the industry is participating. Thank you.
Senator Wasserberger?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to ask you to vote no on this amendment. And this bill has broad support across our state. Our Truckers Association supports this bill because in the future, a CDL will require training that this bill allows workers to retrain as truckers. The bill has support from major business associations because this allows adult workers to gain more education and creates a more productive, skilled workforce. Our Economic Development Association support this bill because it will allow Wyoming to pivot to other industries by retraining in that new business. Our state's Career Technical Education Association support this bill because it will provide a scholarship for displaced adult workers to retrain for new industries. Manufacturers in Wyoming support this bill because we need electricians, mechanics, welders, machine shop folks, diesel mechanics, and electric car mechanics. Our open pit miners support this bill because they know that the war on fossil fuels is not going away and someday they're going to have to retrain. Our nurses support this bill because the certification programs allow for training in the certified nurse assistant courses that will allow them to go to work in the healthcare professions. Our oil companies support this bill because they need highly skilled workers in all the areas of that field. Wyoming is one of the last states to establish an adult grant scholarship for working adults. Other states have seen significant positive results from establishing an adult grant. The community college to our immediate south in this community had a wildly successful Rediscover program with very successful outcomes. Finally, a foundation out of Casper that starts with an E awarded each Wyoming Community College with funding for adult grants called the Opportunity Scholarship for the current academic year while the legislature worked through the Wyoming's Tomorrow legislation. The result of adult grants in our state and in other states have been nothing short of incredible. I ask that you vote no on this amendment.
Senator Hicks?
Oh, Madam Chairman, let me see where I can start. So I'll start with much of what's already been discussed is already going on. So we talk about the high-tech component. Many of us may not know on here, but there's already been $27 million allocated out to the university and the community college through the WIP program for high-tech training and innovation at our community colleges, which all had a participation to be able to put in what they wanted to do at the community colleges. We also have this program at the University of Wyoming, Madam Chairman. In the budget that you've passed and the bill that the conference chairman's working on right now in the ARPA fund, there's another $55 million in there to do workforce training at our community colleges and at the university for high-tech training. Madam Chairman, when we go through the list of all the things that we do right now for providing training for those individuals, we also have a collaborative between the Department of Workforce Services, the University of Wyoming, community colleges, and the Business Council. We have what we call business organized through Next Gen that's been going on for the last 5 to 7 years. These are industry clusters that work to identify critical skilled labor needs around the state of Wyoming. We had a discussion earlier about what do we need to do as far as for additional PAs and this stuff. And so the discussion that we got back on the ARPA funding is our workforce services already identified what those gaps that we need within our education community. So that's going on already, Madam Chairman. As we go down the list, the WIP program, we've got workforce development training where we have $4 million biennium funding. We've got interest from the unemployment fund for business training grants that are awarded $4 million or $4,000 per trainee. We have industry up to $5,000 for every trainee. But Madam Chairman, we can go through a list of here, a substantial list of both federal and state job training programs. But I don't think that's the real issue that we need to discuss here. So Madam Chairman, it becomes a real policy issue for the body here, is what do you want to spend your money on, folks? So, Madam Chairman, we currently have a structural deficit of somewhere between approximately $228 million going forward into the next biennium for K through 12. So what that structural deficit means is that comes right out of your LSRA. If you look at the profile that was handed out earlier today, you see this thing that goes right into the school foundation program, and it starts out every biennium with $100 million appropriations. That comes out of your LSRA. If you go to the profile on there, we know going forward, an additional to $100 million auto appropriation, there's an additional $128 million that we're going to have to shell out for K through 12. We have a structural deficit, folks. Or would you like to put $50 million towards your structural deficit Or do you go out and create another program? So, Madam Chairman, let's assume that we were going to create another program. We've had a substantial reduction in the funding for our community colleges already. And would we not be better off to put that money towards our community colleges where it helps all the students that go to community colleges? Or do we just want to focus on this policy decision? We currently have, we've reduced the university's budget from $340 million block grant down to about 280. So do you want to fund the university? Do you want to fund your community colleges? Or do you want to set up another endowment out of all the endowments that we already have? We have a higher education trust endowment that goes to support faculty at our junior colleges and our university. We have the Wyoming Education Trust, which this body and the body down the hall diverted the funding out of that goes to your K through 12. We diverted that funding into the school foundation account because why? We have a $228 million structural deficit in K through 12. So we've diverted that money out of the Wyoming Education Trust. We have the Hathaway Scholarship, Madam Chairman. We have structural deficits. We've reduced junior college funding. We've reduced funding at the University of Wyoming, and it just amazes me, Madam Chairman. We sit here today and we look back, and less than 18 months ago, we cut $600 million out of the general fund. Why? Because our economy tanked. And so just go back just a little further, Madam Chairman. So you go back to 2016, and many of you were sitting here just like me. No sale on heavy crude in the Bighorn Basin. Couldn't sell our oil. Our staff has repeatedly told us over and over and over again, you have the most volatile income stream that we've ever had in the state of Wyoming. Ever had in the state of Wyoming. Which means it looks good today and goes into crappers tomorrow. When I came in this body, we had almost $2 billion in the LSRA, and thank God our predecessors provided us an opportunity that so when 2016 come along, we could not sell oil in the Bighorn Basin, heavy crude, no sale, $16 a barrel, bottomed out. We went into a budget cutting scenario, and we'd not had the money that we had in the LSRA at that time, we would have been looking at significant tax increases. So it's easy today with short-sighted vision to say it's just another $50 million out of the LSRA. And we're going to divert it to education when we already have structural deficits in K through 12. We don't adequately fund our community colleges. We've reduced the block grant to the university. So let's go ahead and start another endowment program for education. Madam Chairman, I've been here for 12 years, and in my 12 years, which isn't a very long time, we've seen two significant downturns in our revenue stream to the point that we were borrowing. You know, 2 years ago, we were sitting in here talking about significant tax increases to cover our K through 12 deficit funding. At that point in time, we were looking at a $400 million deficit. So we've seen significant increases in our natural gas prices. We've seen significant increases in our oil prices. We sold more coal this year than we did last year, Madam Chairman, and we still have a $220 million deficit for K through 12. We can't adequately fund our junior colleges. We've reduced our block grants. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have a real policy decision here. You can either leave that money in the LSRA, prepare for a downturn. We can come back next session, see what oil prices are going to do, natural gas prices. We can run some actuarially tables and see what this does. Madam Chairman, from my view, as an appropriator that's tried to represent the interests of this body, to be fiscally sound and fiscally responsible, at this point in time, on and for the amendment, folks, I think it's the right thing to do. just to slow this thing down just a little bit. You know, we went through this earlier, Madam Chairman. We came in here 4 weeks ago. We had $1.56 billion in the LSRA. As the budget stands today, Madam Chairman, we have 1.457. We're $103 million when we came in here 3 weeks ago in your stabilization account. That's a policy decision. Where do you want to spend your money? On your structural deficit for K through 12? Your community colleges, to your universities, to your endowment accounts? We just increased the Hathaway Scholarship by 10% today, Madam Chairman. Just today. We have a scholarship program. I would contend to you that the most important thing that we could do, if we're serious about this program, would be try to go back and look at how we carve out through the Hathaway the ability to fund these scholarships through the Hathaway, because we already have a scholarship endowment program. Madam Chairman, and I want to leave you with a couple of thoughts about all this job training and everything we've talked about. As of this week, unemployment rate's 4%. You know, our federal government looks at 4% and says that's full employment, Madam Chairman. 11 million jobs are vacant right now in the United States. Vacant, can't hire people. We've sit here and we've discussed, as far as all the capital construction money that we've been putting out here, whether they're even going to be able to hire enough people to do the construction work. There's more jobs in this economy right now for people to go to work and develop those job skills on the job, Madam Chairman, than there's ever been in this country. So, Madam Chairman, on and for the amendment, we can set the program up if we decide to do that. But Madam Chairman, now is not the time to spend $50 million on this program.
Further discussion? Senator Rothfuss?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not against the amendment. 11 million jobs out there that are vacant that have the opportunity to be filled. Wouldn't it be incredible if the state of Wyoming finally put together a program to provide career retooling and education and training for those workers that need the opportunity to take that 11 million jobs and to look for that in the workforce? We know that we have that in the state of Wyoming. We know that we have those openings right now, and we know that we have an obligation to provide educational opportunities for those that are currently in the workplace but might be needing to retool, might be recognizing that in the near future their job won't exist anymore and they need to have some opportunity to remain in the state of Wyoming. Madam Chairman, for as long as I've been on the Education Committee, we've been looking for a solution in partnership with industry and business to find a way to provide a program like Wyoming's Tomorrow. There has been a continuous demand to identify ways to provide funding and provide opportunity for those that are not kids coming straight out of high school going into college, but those that need additional workforce training. We finally have that opportunity. Sure, we can take $50 million out of the LISRA and we can spend it tomorrow. We can put a little dent in the structural deficit one time, just this year, in just this budget, and then forget we even did that, and come back next year and continue to struggle, have the same conversation. Or we can recognize, Madam Chairman, that we have an opportunity now, for the first time, to actually put together an endowed program, not spending the money, but setting aside the money for a program that provides that workforce training, that provides those higher education opportunities to those that have not had them before and need them. It's not spending the money. It's setting it aside, endowing it, so that we have an ongoing program that will continue to provide that benefit, not just today, but tomorrow. That's the purpose of Wyoming's Tomorrow. That's the namesake of Wyoming's Tomorrow. It's the idea that this will continue to serve the people of Wyoming. And the idea that we want to ask business to pay for this. Business already paid for this. Where do you think these funds came from? These are taxpayer funds primarily funded through the businesses and industry that are looking for this support. To be clear, Madam Chairman, they have come year after year after year to the education community, to the education committee, and asked for programs like this. And we've provided them. Wyoming Works program, other programs. We had a litany of programs from the good Vice President. The challenge with each of those programs is they were always one-time funding. We had a good year. We threw some money at them. They were successful. They ran out of funding, and they went away. This is finally our opportunity, Madam Chairman, to have enough resources that we can put together to endow them and create an ongoing program that will serve the people of Wyoming, the businesses of Wyoming, the industry of Wyoming, not just today, not just this budget, but into the future. And for those reasons, I ask the Senate to reject this amendment and join me in voting no. Thank you.
Senator Kinski?
Thank you. On and for the amendment to strip the 50 million. I'm a big fan of the community colleges, huge supporter. I was one of the prime sponsors of Wyoming's Tomorrow, of Wyoming Works with the governor. But you've also heard me speak against endowments. We all have our favorite causes, but we cannot have an endowment for each of our favorite causes. We do not need another endowment. What we need to do is do our jobs, and as each biennial budget comes up, we evaluate the needs of each program and we appropriate what is necessary. And if the program is no longer working, we don't support it any longer. It's that straightforward. This is not the time to create another endowment. Moreover, this is an entitlement. You heard the chairman of education talk about how we need to put more general fund money into the Hathaway because this need keeps growing and growing and growing. It has $700 million in it. And still we can't stay ahead of the expense on it. This is a larger class of people than the Hathaway. This 50 million, make no mistake about it, is in the down payment on $700 to $1 billion to try and sustain this program. The programs that we need are funded. The governor has fully funded Wyoming Works. The governor has fully funded nursing training program. We gave extra money to the community colleges for CTE training. The Department of Workforce Services has $4 million per biennium for internship programs, for corporate training programs, workforce development programs. Largely, everything that this bill purports to do is being done. The only thing it's doing different is creating a new endowment. I say let's vote aye on this amendment, strip out the 50 million, and tomorrow I'll bring an amendment to completely get rid of the endowment entirely. Thank you.
Senator Wasserberger, and we'll do Senator Scott after that.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just real quick, the money that is being spent for those programs is essentially one-time money that has to be spent in 4 years' time. The beauty of this is that it does create an endowment that won't go away. So that 6 years ago, when my community lost 1,500 mining jobs and 2 coal mines went into foreclosure, we had nothing for them. If this is available, we would have something. The war on fossil fuels is not going away. It will return the minute international issues in the Ukraine are over. And we will have to retrain our workers. We will have to retrain them from petroleum to something else. And we will need this. The bust will come. And what happens with Wyoming Works was it wasn't funded. Now it's being funded because of one-time money from the federal government. Every time this state gets in trouble, that's the first program that gets cut. And if we put it into an endowment, it'll be there for future job losses and busts. I urge you to vote no.
Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, I'm against the amendment. This is the fiscally responsible way to deal with the vast amount of one-time money we've got from ongoing program. Madam Chairman, it's almost 15 minutes after 10. I think everybody's made up their mind. Let's vote.
Okay, ready for the question, I take it? Senator Kinski, are you okay?
Correction for the record.
Okay, Senator Kinski?
This is not driven by one-time money, folks. This governor has continuously funded Wyoming Works. The training programs of the Department of Workforce Services, $4 million per biennium, are a continuing stream of revenue that comes off interest from the unemployment fund. The other programs are funded by programs like WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunities Act from the federal government, Good Jobs Challenge Grant Program from the federal government, EDA grants from the federal government, Department of Labor grants. This is not one-time money. We have a Department of Workforce Services that is on fire, and they are tapping every available funding. They are rolling out these programs. The problem has been solved. We are fighting a battle of yesterday. And there is no reason to fund this thing with $50 million on and for the amendment.
Okay, the question's been called on the amendment. All those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion to adopt the Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to House Bill 31, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. I would say division. Yeah, all those in favor, please rise. Those opposed, please rise. Okay, the motion to adopt Standing Committee Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to House Bill 31 has failed. The vote was 16 yes, 12 no. Has been adopted. Backwards, sorry, my bad. That motion has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Senator Landon.
Just real quickly, Madam Chairman, this is one area that I do have a little bit of a background with, over 30 years worth, and I just want to commend the committee for bringing this bill and for working it into the form that it's in. We can continue this discussion. I think there was plenty of good points made on the financial side. I get that. If we're in trouble enough to be wringing our hands, like my friend from Bags indicated, we can go get some of these endowment monies. This isn't like it's going to be spent. Madam Chairman, for 30 years, there was one common theme on the campus where I worked, where I served as an administrator. I taught for a couple of years, and repeatedly, every single year, we wondered, what can we do for these non-traditional students? Some would show up on the doorstep and want to go back to school. and they couldn't because we didn't have any funds to help them do it. I think this is a great time and a great place for us to move this bill through and set this program up. I think it's a game changer. It has some vision to it. It's one of the few things in my mind this session that we can take home and really feel proud of. I think it's a great effort. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further discussion? Okay, questions being called. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 31, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. Okay, division. Okay, all those in favor, please stand. Okay, all those opposed, please stand. Okay, House Bill 31 has passed the committee of the whole with a vote of 16-13. I believe that clears the desk. Majority Floor Leader?
Madam Chair, I move the Senate Committee of the Whole rise and report.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
I've only been here since 5, and I feel like I've been here all day.
Reading clerk, read the committee of the whole report.
Mr. President, your committee of the whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 2 engrossed, do pass. House Bill 5 engrossed, do pass amended. House Bill 85 engrossed, failed to pass committee of the whole and was indefinitely postponed. House Bill 10 engrossed, do pass amended. House Bill 63 engrossed, do pass amended. House Bill 71, do pass. House Bill 31 engrossed, do pass amended. Senator Schuler, Chairman.
Senator Schuler.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carried. Report has been adopted. Okay. We gotta. Joint Conference Committee reports. Senator Kinski, you ready with the Joint Conference Committee report?
On Senate File 66, yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Senate File 66. Please do.
I'd ask that it be read in.
Read it in, please.
Joint Conference Committee report, reference House Message number 192, Senate File 66, American Rescue Plan Act Recovery Funds Appropriations.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I would move Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 on Senate File 66 being Message 192 and urge the body's favorable consideration. You have on your desks 2 documents. One titled Joint Conference Committee Report, which is the actual amendments to the bill, and the other is a spreadsheet, which will I will walk you through to tell you exactly what the final compromise was on this. This is the American Rescue Plan Recovery Funds Appropriations. In all, there were 16 amendments by the House, and of those, we adopted 8, and 8 were deleted or amended. What the House did roughly is they spent about $26 million more, and the Senate, when we sent it over to them, had spent about $26 million more. There was a $45 million difference being water funding, which was just the difference between this and another water bill. So we're not even counting that as a difference between the two. Net, 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 when we're all done, there's about $26 million left in the American Recovery Plan dollars that were available for appropriation. Starting on the spreadsheet on item number 1, this was simply a technical amendment that specified that some of these programs, which generally come out of the general fund, we're going to take out of ARPA funds, but they're not to be reduced below the total appropriations. Number 2 was a House amendment where they expanded quite a bit on a footnote we had that simply said the Office of the Governor has $20 million to respond to any COVID emergencies. And they expanded that, including what we regarded as Medicare expansion. They backed away from that, and that is being deleted. We're now back to a simple 1 sentence. On item 3, health staffing stabilization, we had agreed on an appropriation of $10 million. They added $3 million to that. We agreed to that additional funding. On item 4, EMS regionalization, they increased that by $5 million to $10 million. We agreed to that. On item 5, which is related to item 10, you will recall that our senator from the Devil's Tower had isolated $15 million specifically for rural healthcare facilities so that they wouldn't have to compete against the larger hospitals. And that we have now restored that separate $15 million funding. Of the remaining funding, it was increased by $30 million, and the maximum grant was increased from $7.5 million to $10 million. And then of the $15 million for rural health care, $2 million, up to $2 million can go for a telehealth care pilot, and then the maximum grant for those infrastructure projects is $1.5 million. On items 6, 7, and 8, they're all related. These are amendments that came over from the House. We did agree to their amendments. What this is mental health provider training is the first on line 6 to set up mental health trainers in each county, train the trainers. The next in 7 is $1 million to train law enforcement, deliver mental health care to law enforcement. And item 8 expanded that to all first responders. This is a program that our House colleagues felt very strongly about, that they'd heard from their grassroots that it was needed, and so we finally acceded to that one. Item 9, food insecurity, you will recall was in the original WIN proposal of the governor. We struck it. Subsequently, the executive branch requested that this part of it be put back in. We had determined on our floor that we thought at the local level, food was being distributed appropriately to those in need. This is focusing more on food from outside the state being brought into the state for distribution, and they felt that that was something that needed to be looked at, so we did accede to that one. Item 10, we've already covered that in item 5, the rural healthcare clinics and the additional money for construction of healthcare facilities. Item 11 was a delete and further amend. This was item 11 and 12 are related. We originally had $50 million in for water and sewer projects that was going to be administered through the Office of State Lands. The House amended that to say that it would go through the Water Development Commission and would not be subject to oversight by SLIB. They have backed away from that and agreed that these water and sewer projects will follow the existing grant process that's already in place. On 12, they added $45 million to water projects, not water and sewer, but water projects. We agreed to the additional $45 million with the understanding that it would be administered through existing processes by the Wyoming Water Development Office. Item 13, University of Wyoming College of Health Sciences, was to take existing physician's assistant training programs and put it together into a formal degree program. They had a $1 million appropriation on that. That has been reduced to $500,000 appropriation. And we're hoping even that may be unnecessary, as they assure us that much of this education is already going on at the University of Wyoming. All that's necessary is to weave it into a degree program. Item 14 was a study of whether or not we should stand up a physician's assistant program. And we said, given that you want to stand it up, we probably don't need to study it. And then the lack of healthcare workforce is well documented through programs from the Department of Workforce Services. Item 15 was an amendment that contains several items. The first was $817,000 for Equal Justice Wyoming. We agreed to that. The next was an amendment that clarified that the $7 million for Community Mental Health Center Regional Crisis Centers, they added the word mental. We agreed to that. And then the next is a series of Connect Wyoming 2 amendments, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Basically, the House had stripped out our language requiring fairness. Anybody who takes these grants, that they would allow other people into the ditch or into the conduit with them. Understanding, of course, they had the right to recapture their fair share of the costs other than the state subsidy. They did finally agree to putting that language back in there. Next was we had amended to say we would give priority to applications for grant funding for library projects and multiple purpose facilities. We had understood that what we were doing when we voted was to say that those would be eligible, but they pointed out to us that we had actually given priority to those ahead of the broadband projects, which is what the primary purpose of the $109 million in the 604 is. So we did agree to strike moving those into the priority position. Then finally, 16, there's a children's museum that's had a $700,000 increase in the price of steel under construction, and $250,000 that they would match 4-to-1 begrudgingly. We agreed to that one to get the deal done. And with that, I will stand for any questions. But your committee thinks it's a reasonable deal, and it's a way to get this ARPA money out to the people that could really benefit from it in our communities, towns, cities, counties, water districts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion, questions? Question being called. Motion is the Senate do adopt Joint Committee Report. Joint Conference Committee Report on Senate File 66 and vote aye. Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report to Senate File 66. Roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James? Conflict? Kinski? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to Senate File 66, 24 aye, 5 no, 1 conflict.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee Report on Senate File 66, referencing House Message 192. Okay. Let's, just a moment. Folks, we're going to send this across the other side of the building. Stand at ease till the sound of the gavel. Thank you for your patience. Senate will come back to order. House messages from the House.
Message number 230, House of Representatives, March 7, 2022. Mr. President, House adopted the Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on Senate File 66, American Rescue Plan Act Recovery Funds Appropriations. Ayes 38, noes 18, excused 4. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you. Signing of enrolled acts, read it in. Enrolled Act number 20, same being Senate File 66.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 20 being Original House File 66, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government.
Senate Enrolled Act number 20, the same being Senate File 66. Paper is still warm. About to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 20, the same being Senate File 66. Everybody's helping me. I have so signed. All right. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Monday, March 7th.
Announcements.
Tuesday, I'm sorry, Tuesday, March 7th.
Tuesday, for the record, Tuesday, March 7th, 10
Okay,
a.m.
well, my mic's hot. March 8th.
State it one more time for the record, please.
Tuesday, March 8th.
At 10 a.m. Okay.
My
Announcements.
mic's hot. Mr. Chairman, your committee number 7, corporations, will meet tomorrow morning, Tuesday, March 8th, at 8 a.m., State Capitol Room W110 and online to take up interim topics.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Joint Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee will meet Tuesday, March 8th at 8:30 a.m. in the Capitol Extension in W2 and online to discuss interim topics. And your Select Committee on Tribal Relations will meet at 4:30 in the Capitol Extension Room E5.
Thank you, Senator Landon.
Mr. President, busy day tomorrow. At 9 o'clock, there will be a preliminary conference committee meeting on House Bill 100, and we'll do that in the historic Supreme Court room just to take up the issue of redistricting. Again, that's at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Rest well in between. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Select Committee on School Facilities will be meeting tomorrow, 8:30 in the extension. I'm not too sure which room it was, but we'll be meeting to discuss the interim topics.
Thank you. Any further announcements? There being none, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The Senate will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 8th.